Alright. You're busy! Hello! Welcome. Welcome, Yumizu. Are you emotionally prepared for basically the summary of our experiences up to this point? Once again, first in the final Danganronpa themed stream for probably a while. Yeah, I think you're right. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be... Oh, it's gonna be right. It's gonna be a journey. I think one thing that I wasn't planning on doing, but I am planning on doing now in this stream is we're gonna rank, and I've created, like, I've just renamed this stuff a little bit, but I'll go through that in a second. We're gonna rank the characters. Not only that, I'm gonna rank the cases and trials as well, because I think that'll be fun too. I think talking about the characters is one thing, and we can talk a lot about like what I liked and disliked about the characters and whatever, and what I thought of them overall. But I think it'll also be fun to talk about the cases themselves, because that's gonna be good. So we're gonna do two. We're gonna do a case one for all the different cases that we played throughout until now, and all the characters up until now. I've created this tier list. I've got some music playing in the background. It's gonna be pretty nice. It's gonna be pretty apt for what we're doing. Patagon DK, hello! It's gonna be good. How are you guys feeling? What were your guys' thoughts? Who was your guys' favorite character? Yumizu, who was your, like, number one? If you had to pick, like, a favorite character, who was yours? And Panda, who was your favorite character? Out of curiosity, who would you have slotted in the top slots? I've got... my lowest tier here, after hated, is disappointed. Which is, I think, worse than... It has no color. It's worse than being hated. At least the character made me feel something. If I was disappointed, that's the worst. That's the worst. However, I don't know if anyone from the games is gonna pop into this tier. Really, the main reason why this is here, I'm sorry to say this, is because of the anime characters. All the anime characters that are anime exclusives that weren't in the games are probably gonna pop into this one, unfortunately. But that's just my, that's gonna be my feeling towards it. Kyoku Blue Girl, Junko Nakane, Kokichi, the highest tier. You put them all in the Inara tier. I don't know if that many are gonna make it up here. Most of them are gonna be in these three. In the liked, indifferent, disliked. I think these three are going to be, like, highly populated. I think most of them are gonna slot somewhere into these three. And then the loved, enamored, and then the hated tiers, those ones are gonna be... Those are gonna be rare, I think. But we'll see, we'll see. Maybe more will pop into them than I think, you know? Maybe I liked and loved more characters than I thought. I'm also not sure what order we're going to do this in. As in, where we're gonna start, what characters we're gonna begin with, if we're gonna do... I don't think I'm gonna do them in any sort of order. I was wondering if maybe I'll do... Well, one thing I'll do is I'll do all the anime characters at the very beginning. But then I was thinking, like, maybe I'll do all the Monokubs at the same time, or something, I don't know. Top to bottom, I might go sort of randomly. I'll just pick and choose whatever characters I have, like, a thought and feeling about. Who's this character? Also, I might forget certain characters. Who's this meant to be? Do we know who this is? Why don't I remember this person? Good negative, but other than him, maybe Shuichi Maki or Kyoko. Those are good picks. Those are good picks. Who's this? How come I don't remember who this is? Is this a UDG character that I'm not remembering? Penko. Who the hell is Penko? Leon's cousin. What did she do again? Danganronpa Wiki. Leon's cousin. I don't remember her. UDG. This is a UDG character on the list. Hold on. Leon Kuwata. Of demons. Oh, it's a demon character. Do we have, like, hold on. Name, relationships. Younger cousin. This one? I don't know, she's a target. Baseball team manager of she's in love with him, close person who's dry, came character for the first motive. Featured one of the two main protagonists in Ultra Despair. What is this? In-game novella centered around it. It's unlocked after beating it. Told by the two characters' points of view. What? Okay. So that's who that is. Alright, this is gonna be interesting. She's irrelevant, she was just a character. Well, I think she by default will probably pop into the disappointment tier. Alright. In that case... Oh, do I have Steam open? Hold on. Let me put myself offline for a second. Boop. Alright. I think we'll probably just start. We'll get into it. So, hello everybody. Welcome to the party that is going to be the Danganronpa 1, 2, UDG, anime, and V3 character tier list. I've ordered them here from enamored to disappointed. I guess my explanation of these tiers is mostly just going to be how I felt about the character. Not necessarily whether or not I think the character is quote-unquote good or quote-unquote bad. It's just more so like, was I enamored with the character? Did I love them, like them? Was I indifferent towards them? Did I dislike them? Did I hate them? Or was I disappointed in the character in general? I guess also characters that just are not very present will pop into this tier. Well, you got them all here. And we're going to be going through and ranking them. I don't know if I'm going to go through any sort of order or whatever, but I'll just kind of pop them in as we see fit. And we'll just kind of go through them in some sort of order. I'll talk through my thoughts about each character and we'll figure it out as we go. We're just going to slot in everybody where I feel like they should go. And then also, I think if there's anything that I'm missing or forget, then Yumizu will help me out and make me remember. Also, another part of this is we're going to also be ranking the cases as well. Oh my god, these are the cases from the first 3 games. Or, well, minus UDG, because UDG doesn't have any cases per se. But from 1, 2, and V3, these are all the cases in order. So we're going to be going through these, and I'll probably do these in order, I think. I'll do these cases in order. These ones I might need a little bit of help remembering, but I remember some of them more so than others. But anyway, we're gonna get started. To begin with, before I forget who this is again, I'm gonna put this character, Kanon Nakajima, in Disappointed, only because she, like, doesn't really exist as much as a character. I DM'd you concrete evidence that you're a break. I'll have a look later. But okay, so I think I forgot who she was completely until I searched up what her character was. And she's a character that, like, exists in the universe, but she's not in, like... I don't think we, like, meet her or anything. She's just sort of, like, noted as, like, a character that exists that we never meet. So, that's her, I guess. There really isn't much to say. There's not much to her character. Okay, one thing I'm also gonna get out of the way before we do all these rankings is, firstly... this might be a hot take, but, IMO... all of the anime characters were disappointing. All of the anime exclusive characters, all the characters that appeared in just the anime and in no other media so far are pretty flat, pretty one note. I don't feel like I didn't personally get attached to any of these. I wasn't invested enough to really hate any of these characters or like any of them that much. I just thought they were all pretty paper thin, in my opinion. Now, that's not to say that the anime itself was necessarily bad or anything like that, but all the characters that only appeared in the anime I thought were just not too interesting to me. Not even the teacher. But look, there's some that are probably better than others. You know, some characters that I thought were more interesting and some characters that I thought were less interesting. But I don't think this tier matters all that much. I mean, she didn't even appear at all, so I'll put her at the bottom. That's the one ranking we can do. You monster. But no, personally, while the anime was fun to watch through for, like, extra lore, I think all the characters that were exclusive to the anime were not very interesting characters. They were just there, they served the plot, and that was, I don't know, I don't even remember them all that well. I have vague memories of them, but, like, nothing too concrete. So, they're all going into the disappointed tier. So you got all the anime exclusive characters, and then canon as well. That's fair, yeah, that's my sort of thoughts on it. The anime is good for, like, extra content, or extra context for stuff that happens in the games, but even then, it's like, you can play the games without having ever watched the anime, and you really won't miss all that much, aside from a couple of Easter eggs here and there. Which is like, it gives a little bit of, like, stuff, but at the end of the day, it's not really that important. And because it feels like that, they're just kind of disappointing. The black-haired guy from the anime is also SS tier. Fused with Makoto or whatever. Alright, we should probably, you know who we should start with probably? We should probably rank Monokuma, the main character in, like, the entire series. As, like, a antagonist that we fight against for the entire show, I feel like Monokuma does a pretty good job. I feel like he's an interesting enough and mysterious enough character that I think Monokuma is pretty good as a driving force. He's kind of cute, very, you know, unique. His design is very, like, it stands out. You won't mix him up with anybody else, I guess. Out of all the characters in this list, at a first glance, Monokuma is, like, the most interesting, probably. So much so to the point where all the Monokumas and stuff are, like, very much just based off of him. Which we'll get into in a bit. But Monokuma, I think, if I had to put Monokuma somewhere, I definitely at least like him. I'm not indifferent towards him. I think as an anime, or not as an anime, as an antagonist in the game in general, he's definitely at least here, if not here. Did I love Monokuma though? Do I think he was like an amazing villain? It was pretty good. I like the twist with Junko and stuff. He kind of goes hand in hand with Junko because they're kind of, in a way, sort of the same character a lot of the time, except in V3, the Monokuma that's in V3 is different from the Monokuma in the other 2 games. So it's not all the same Monokuma, even though we're ranking Monokuma as like one entity. I think I would definitely say that I would put him in liked. I think he's a very highly liked character. I don't think I love Monokuma though. Oh, this background music is pretty good. We're just listening to the OST as we go. Can't remember which of the protects it was. Monokuma loved IMO. I'm debating between one of these two. I don't think I necessarily. I have to think. I may upgrade him to bottom of loved, like the very bottom of loved. But right now he's just top of liked, easily very liked character. But we'll see if I move him up or not. I mean, I do ultimately like he is meant to be the character that the characters strive to fight against. But, I mean, he is necessary for that battle, but we'll see. Monokuma in V3. I think Monokuma in V3 brings Monokuma down from this tier. I think Monokuma in the first 2 games was definitely... Well, Monokuma in the first game especially. If it was just the first game we're talking about, Monokuma's up here. V3 Monokuma I think is weaker. But he's also an imitation Monokuma. It's not like the same Monokuma, you know? So, Monokuma minus V3 up here. Monokuma overall probably here. Just barely. I think that's how I would justify it. Alright. Let's see, who do we do next? Who's another easy character that we can slot in? Is Hygiene here? I know there's an easy character we could put into hated tier, like, just immediately. Where is Hygie, dude? Let's scout out Hygie. Can we just immediately chuck Hygie? Yes! Hygie, dude! This is probably my least favorite character in the entire series. I'm not gonna put in disappointed, because I'm not disappointed in his character, because he had a character. I just hate his character, dude. I fucking hate Hygie, dude. Fuck this character, dude. This guy is gonna be at the bottom of hated tier. Easily. My most hated character by far. I don't know if there's gonna be another character that pops into here. There might be. But he's definitely, even in this tier on his own, he's gonna be way below the rest of these characters, I think. It's verifying Hygie, yeah. Easy hated pick. I don't think there's much more to say. He just has a weird personality. He's kind of a coward sometimes. Takes advantage of people. Kind of a pedo, question mark? Not completely confirmed, but he says some stuff that might be a joke, / might be true. Is just, I don't know, I just don't like this character. Rubbed me the wrong way in every instance we saw him, basically. At the very beginning when we first met him, I didn't know anything about him, but he just, like, kept getting worse. IMO. Angie. Let's do Angie. Alright, Angie's a character from V3. The cult girl. The one who's responsible for bringing up Atua and brainwashing some of our students. She has a major impact in the series. As far as her role in the entire franchise, where would I put her? I'm definitely not indifferent towards Angie. I think Angie, despite her leanings and her craziness, was actually pretty fun. And, like, stirred the pot in a really fun way. I don't know if I liked her. I don't think I liked her more than Monokuma. Monokuma's gonna be really hard to beat in the liked tier, I think. Because Monokuma is, like, a very high tier liked character. I definitely liked Angie, so I'll put her here. She, like, she didn't seem like she was gonna be that much of a fearsome presence when she first got introduced. But as time went on in V3, she really ended up being, like, a very pivotal character. She influenced, like, a lot of other characters, I think, in ways that make their characters better. So we have to give her credit for that, at least. For example, like, Himiko's evolution, right? It's like, she played a big role in Himiko's life. And then, to an extent, by extension of Himiko, Tenko as well. Of course, Panda hates Angie. She has the same voice actress as Aioi. We can do Aioi next, actually. Aioi was fucking sick, alright? She was a really good character. I liked Aioi a lot. She fought super hard. She was fun. I liked hanging out with her every time we had like an event that had Aioi in it. I was always excited for it. So I definitely liked her more than Angie. And more than Monokuma. I think she's probably the first loved character. She's one of my favorites, I think. Of the entire series, she's definitely one of my absolute favorites of Danganronpa 1. And just overall, I think she was really cool. One of the few. So I definitely put her here, I think. I already dislike too. She was cool. She had like a very bubbly personality. She was a fighter. She was competitive. There was a lot of stuff about her character that I think was like really, really cool. I liked her a lot. I think she was pretty awesome. So, big shout outs to Aoi. Big cool. Big cool. Big cool. Celeste, love, or enamored? We'll have to find out. We'll have to find out. I'll leave Celeste for now. Let's do this character. Jotaro, I think, right? Kid from UDG. I'm gonna just kind of do these in random order for like, for spice. I think it'll be fun if we do it in random. But, Jotaro, I think that was his name, right? Jotaro? Really rubbed me the wrong way. I don't know if I'm thinking about whether or not I hated this character. I definitely disliked this character. Jotaro Kimura, I believe. Yeah, I think so. There was... Now, I know the character's not... Like, they're an antagonist, right? So again, this character's not meant to be liked. I mean, we like Monokuma, but Monokuma's like iconic. He's like an iconic villain. Jotaro is just... fucking rubs me the wrong way again. It's just weird. Says a lot of strange stuff. A bit creepy, unsettling. Did I hate this character though? It's hard to say. I don't think I did. I think I just strongly disliked them. It's definitely a hard call. Like, UDG really did a good job of having some good antagonists in terms of, like, characters that you really just didn't like. There were some characters that I just did not like in V3. But that was, like, how they were meant to be, you know? None of them were disappointing. UDG wasn't a disappointing game. Not like the anime, where everybody was kind of just in this pool of eh. At the very least, I think... Probably hated tier. I think light hate. Even because remember, yeah. I think light hate. I was gonna put dislike, but there's characters that I strongly dislike that I don't necessarily hate. I think I hated this character. I think I'm gonna do him a little bit dirty. I'm gonna put him in here. Now, it's not the character, it's not the kid's fault necessarily, but there are some characters. They did a really good job with UDG. You can give them props for making like hateable villains for Jotaro. I just didn't like Jotaro. Speaking of Monica. Dude, Monica, man. Oh my god. Definitely hated her. Alright, I didn't like Monica at all. She was manipulative. Oh, she just... she riled me up. For the good reasons, though. So, I don't think she's a bad character. By putting her here, I don't think she's a bad character. I just hated her, dude. She made me want to win the game. Alright? She was conniving, sneaky. Just, I didn't like her at all. She's like, she faked being disabled! It's crazy, dude. So, I didn't like her at all. IG I hate it for different reasons. He was on a slightly different level of hate, but this is like in character, like, hate, I think. For all her character motivations and stuff, I think she did a good job of being a villain. So she was a good villain. She motivated me to beat that game, you know? Loves being in the hated section, maybe. Kotoko is a trauma word? Yeah. She was fucking... Whoa. Not fun. Not fun. Did not like her character. Let's move on. Let's switch games a little bit. Let's switch it up a little bit. This might be... This might be a bit spicy. Let's go Mikan. Now, as you know, I originally was liking Mikan's character quite a lot. I liked her quite a lot, and we were having fun, like hanging out, doing stuff together when we were playing Danganronpa 2. She had good events, she was cool, she was fun. But then her trial happened, and, well, she murdered a different character that's gonna be slotted somewhere up here. I don't think I hate Mikan, but I think I disliked her after her trial. But like pre-trial Mikan would probably be maybe in here, low loved tier. Or even high liked tier, right? Maybe somewhere like there. But after her trial, no, I didn't like her character. I didn't like her after the trial. Her true self and whatever, and the fact that she murdered, well, spoiler alert, it was Ibuki and Hiyoko as well. Don't like that. Who she actually is, sure, but still, I'm gonna take into account everything that happened to them. So I didn't like that turn. Her trial was interesting though. I will say that her trial was actually fun to solve. Liked or loved IMO? Yeah, I think you liked her. Would I be indifferent? I don't know. I think I dislike her in the end. I don't think I'm indifferent to her. I think I definitely dislike her after what happened, which is a shame. Hugo manipulated her, yeah, but still. I'm gonna pop her there, I think. Definitely only lightly disliked. If there are other disliked characters, I'm sure they'll be below her, but I think she's definitely here. We're getting a nice spread, except for Disappointed, which has a million characters. The villain! This guy in UDG? Not very interesting character. I was gonna say, I didn't really dislike him. Was I indifferent to this guy? Not necessarily, I think he just didn't do much. So, kind of an uninteresting character in my opinion. Could have done a lot more with them. I think the kids were like way more interesting. And you know what? Another thing why this guy isn't here and is here instead is because as we played the game, every like once in a while when he came up, right? Kurokuma, I think. Every time he came up, I was like, oh, I forgot this character was in the game. So, probably strong disappointed. Easily, well, I say easily, probably better than the rest of these characters, because this is, even then I'm not really sure, but just not much of a presence, I think. You can kind of see probably like I don't know, I feel like they didn't do that much with this character. They could have done a lot more. But he's there, he just kind of exists, so that's at least something. I always love you, Mikan. I know that wasn't you. Shy Mikan was real Mikan. Yeah. Kokichi. Now, Kokichi was an interesting character. To begin with, when we first started off the game, when we started off V3, Kokichi was interesting. Kokichi definitely went from being like a character that I was kind of indifferent to. I was just sort of like, I don't get why everybody likes this character. To being I kind of started to dislike him. I was like, this guy's annoying, dude. He's pretty annoying. I don't like this character. I don't know what his deal is. He's kind of rude and weird and lies a lot. Maybe dipping into here a bit, but probably not quite. But then as the game progressed, I was like, you know what? I'm actually he's playing everybody in a way that's kind of fun. Like he made the dynamic of V3 like so much more interesting. And I was like, oh, you know, I guess I don't dislike him. And then a few cases later, where he was starting to be like, I think during the trial where it was found that Miyu was trying to kill him, and he manipulated Gonta into killing Miyu. Then I was like, you know what? This character's kind of interesting. I actually kind of like this character, dude. This character's pretty cool. Now, do I love him, though? That's hard to say. Kokichi is probably one of the few characters I think is probably more interesting than Monokuma himself. I think I would put him above Monokuma. I definitely like him more than Monokuma. Even though they fill a very similar role, even though he was kind of on our side the whole time. I don't think I love him, necessarily, because he was still a bit crazy and weird, but for all I disliked about him, he definitely, I think, redeemed himself quite a lot towards the end. Kokichi and Nara, this is Panda's, like, favorite character. But I think, yeah, Kokichi is definitely, I think I would put him here. He's not, I don't think I love him as a character, but I definitely like him a lot. More so than Monokuma? I think so. Monokuma is mainly just being dragged down by V3 a little bit. Just in general, V3 as well. Monokuma wasn't like super interesting. UDG, I mean. But 1 and 2 Monokuma was still good. He's a great antagonist, yeah. Kokichi was really cool. Threw us for a whirl. I'd put him here, I think. I think he's definitely there. What does enamored even mean? Enamored is like filled with love, you know? Like you're just overflowing with love. It's like if this is like at the S rank, this is like the SS rank. You can kind of think of it that way. Alright, moving on. Let's switch games again. Why don't we pick... Let's see, who is this? Who's this character again? I don't remember who this is. If I don't remember who they are, do they automatically go here? Who is this character again? I don't remember who this is. Is this like another UDG character that didn't have a name? It's Makuro. Oh, is that Makuro? Oh, it is! Ultimate Soldier. You're right. You're right. You know what? I'll put her here. Juka's sister? Yeah, you know what? I'll put her in indifferent. She was cool. She, I think, existed for the... Like, she was cool because she was the one who we interacted with in the game. And not real Junko. But she ultimately kind of existed to provide cover for Junko and provide the plot twist. So she wasn't a bad character in her own mind. In her own spirit, I guess, or whatever. She provided a good twist for the game. But, yeah, I think there wasn't much to her past that. We needed more Makura content, yeah. She was definitely cool, but I think she just sort of filled her role and then died. I think that's what her kind of That's kind of what it was. She isn't disliked or anything like that because we did get to interact with her as Junko, you know? But, she wasn't really strong on her own, aside from that. I think that was her kind of her point. She wasn't really standing out on her own because we weren't meant to know that she existed until later on. So what is this? It's very calm. Let's get a little bit more hectic. These are a bit too calm. Alright, let's do this song. Got some awesome art, TBH. Let's have a look. She does have awesome art, yeah. She has cool sprites. I do agree with you, though. I think if we had gotten more content from her, I think she could have been much more interesting. She really only goes here because of her presence in the first game. If she had been, like, less present, she would have easily dropped down to disappointed. But I think she just barely avoids disappointed tier. I'm just sort of indifferent. I didn't really like her, I didn't really dislike her. She just sort of existed and she served a purpose and I thought it was fine. But yeah, no strong feelings one way or the other. Let's do one of the monocubs. Let's do Monomi. She was pretty fun. I think Monomi was actually a fun character. She existed throughout Danganronpa 2 and then died as well. I actually, in the end, I think she was a weekly liked character. I was sort of sus of her a lot of the way through, but I think she was pretty fun. She provided a good dynamic. She made Danganronpa 2. She gave Danganronpa 2 like its own flavor, but not a whole lot of interesting stuff to her character. I feel like then Mono Fanny is like just a recycled, rehashed version of her. And we'll get onto the Monocubs themselves, because I don't know if their characters are necessarily that interesting. But Monomi was alright. Monomi was alright. She was like the Monokuma clone before it got old. The character a lot of characters found annoying. Yeah, she was pretty fun though. I liked her dynamic. I liked that she annoyed some of the characters and the way we had like our interactions with her were quite fun. So I wasn't indifferent. I didn't dislike her. I guess I liked her. I think she was alright. I was alright. She was alright. You know, I'm a Monomi fan. I thought she was alright. I thought she was okay. Not too bad. You know, not too bad. Not too bad. Not too bad. Not too shabby. All right. Character that I liked at first. Kyo. Alright, another V3 character who initially, right, I really liked this character. I thought this character was awesome. Very interesting anthropologist. The way he talked, the way just something about his vibe I really quite liked. And then I kind of found out that he loved his sister. Which makes, sort of nullified some of the feelings I had. I thought he was pretty cool and interesting character still, and I think his case was really cool. Like, the way he thought about committing the murder was really interesting. But at the end, not super strongly feeling. Well, I have to think about this actually. Monomi though, did I like Monomi more than I liked Kyo in the end? Probably, I think so. I think as a character, Monomi, even though I weakly liked her, she was okay. But Kia, I was like, towards the end, I was not feeling it anymore. I was like, It's like, indifferent towards him in the end. Unfortunately, as much as he started off as a strong character, I definitely have to put him like maybe top of indifference tier for now. I've sold Baronade more times than you missed this time me out. Sold Baronade more times. Alright, who's next? Who do we do next? Let's do... Okay, I'm gonna do another hot take. Izuru, okay? Izuru? Yeah. It's alright. I wasn't really like, It was cool. Cool twist, but... yeah. I could go either way. You know, I wasn't super... I didn't super love the character or dislike the character. We didn't... It's cool. It's a cool twist to the game. Thought it was alright. As far as the game dynamic is concerned, I thought this was a neat sort of little pin in the corkboard of events. But as far as this character is concerned, it's alright. It's alright. I don't really have strong feelings about Izuru necessarily personally. Don't dislike Izuru. But I don't really like Izuru either. I'm just sort of just chilling. Just vibing in the indifference tier. You know, this is not necessarily, this is a green tier. It's not a bad tier to be in. It's just kind of, It's like your tea once it's kind of gone lukewarm. It's like you either like hot tea or cold tea, you know, but lukewarm tea is just sort of like you just want to reheat it again. let's put Izuru there. I think a lot of the characters that are in the indifference tier, for the most part, I won't have a lot to say about them. Because when you're indifferent, it's kind of hard to, you know, totally, like, put into words why you think certain characters are Sometimes it's just sort of like, a lot of the time they might not reach their full potential as characters. Or they might just kind of have stuff that you liked and disliked to the point where it's like, it just kind of cancels out. Just think what the case is with Kyo. But yeah, with these two, I feel like they just didn't have as much content as they maybe could have, which I think would have helped them a lot more, but hey. Nagito, you ready to do Nagito next? We can do Nagito. That might be a hot character to do. Let's do Teri Teri first, right? I didn't like Teri Teri. I thought Teri Teri was fucking sucked. Bad. Just rubbed me the wrong way. I didn't hate Teri Teri. I didn't think he was like a hateable character necessarily, like any of these three. But I didn't like Teri Teri. I think definitely strong dislike. Strong dislike for Teri Teri. But I know that like his character is like fun for some people. I didn't like Teri Teri. Didn't like Teri Teri. I might have to upgrade Mikan to indifferent. Bottom of indifferent tier, maybe. I think bottom of indifferent is probably more accurate. And I think he's the first truly disliked character. I don't think I really dislike Mikan as a character, but definitely the last bit, like, content that we got from her, I disliked. So I'll leave her there. Teri Teri, disliked. Let's do... Do you want to do Nagito next? Nagito, I feel like we should tease till the end. I feel like we should tease that character. We should tease Nagito. Because Nagito is a character where some hot opinions maybe dropped down. I think we should do... You know what we should knock out? We should knock out all the Monokubs. All the Monokubs together, alright? Now, I thought... I didn't think equally about them. I thought some of the Monokubs were more interesting than others. I liked some of them more than others. The way I would probably put it, I think I was indifferent towards Monodam. He was alright. I think he had like enough character moments that I thought he was kind of fun in some areas. I think Monofani had some fun moments as well. I'm alright with Monofani. These two I think were like alright. These were alright Monokubs. I know that she's just like a copy of Monomi basically. A little bit different. Monomi felt like a bit more neurotic, but Monofani was okay. The rest of them though, I think I probably disliked. I don't think I liked the other Monokubs that much. In fact, I think I actively disliked them. Monotara was okay for some of it, but these two I thought were not that interesting. Monokid was, fun, but had the least screen time of any Monokid, I'm pretty sure. So I don't really like that. Just uninteresting. And I just didn't like him that much either. And then Teri Teri is way further down. I think as you look through these, I'll send beta designs characters for fun. Hell yeah. Too many designs. By the way, what's up? I think this is where I would slot them. I think this is about right. These three, I think I'm indifferent to, and I think these two, I disliked. Surprised I'm not indifferent to all of them, but hey. So far, though, Io is the only one who's made it to loved tier. We'll see who else makes it high up. Alright, the next character. How about we do another Danganronpa 2 character? Now, I'm forgetting her name. What was her name again? Mahir. I don't know, I'm blanking a little bit. Remembering all these names is going to be interesting. Mahir was actually pretty cool. I think she had a cool character. I like that she liked photography. And I definitely don't think I was indifferent to her. She had some fun stuff. Her whole Be a Man shtick was pretty cool. Mahir Koizumi. I think I didn't expect Tsurugi because of initial theory. Because the Monokubs were the Warriors of Hope making a killing game. Or maybe Monika making a killing game. Oh, like that. Remembering what? All the names. It's going to be challenging. We'll see if I can remember all the names. But Mahir definitely was a pretty good character. I liked her more than Monomi, I think. Her, like, quick time, like, her little interactive events that you could do were pretty fun. I liked her as a character, and I thought she was pretty cool. I definitely weakly liked her, at least. I don't think I was indifferent to her. I think she was pretty cool. Not as much as Angie. I think there's definitely a gap between these two characters and then these three. Well, between her and then these two are on their own tier as well. Not really own tier, but their own section of this tier. I didn't love any of these, but I definitely liked her, I think. And her name's and talent simply. You're gonna be like the perfect reference for this game. Alright, let's do another UDG character. Ooh. The Mum. indifferent. She was pretty cool. She was one of the cooler characters in UDG. But again, the point of UDG wasn't really, like, to focus on these characters that much. She didn't really have a lot of backstory or development or anything like that. She was just kind of there as an NPC that we, like, brought the targets to. And that was sort of her role, for the most part. I think she's probably a little bit better than the rest of these characters. I liked her more than these ones. Maybe I'll put her below... I'll put her like this. I'll put her below Izuru and Kyu. I think... Or Kyo, I should say. She's probably somewhere around here. She just... Yeah. She existed. She was cool. I don't really have, like, strong feelings either way. Why is the category Trigger Happy Havoc? Ah, it's just the first Danganronpa game, you know? I just wanted to put it into one of the Danganronpa games. We're talking about Danganronpa, but we're talking about all of them. There's no category that I think is just Danganronpa in general. Alright. With that aside... Who is this, by the way? This isn't Sayaka, is it? Is this Sayaka? Is this Sayaka in her singing form? It must be, right? Because I don't see her anywhere else. Am I right about that, Yumizu? I must be. I think this is Sayaka. In her performing stage. Yeah, alright. Well, what did I think of Sayaka? Now, she didn't do all that much. She was interesting in that she lied to us in the very first game and was like the first victim of Danganronpa overall. Sayaka Maizono, Ultimate Full Sensation, yeah. She was interesting in that she was like the first sort of character that we really got close to in the game. And the first character we really like got attached to, although the game did try pretty hard to make us attached to this character. I think overall, just even though we got a little bit of time with her and we hung out with her for a little bit and we had some interactions, I don't think we hung out enough for me to care that much that she died. I think she was just kind of okay. Not that she was a bad character necessarily, I think she was a fine character and she served her purpose in the story pretty well as the first victim. I think that her whole motive and everything was kind of interesting. You know what, actually, I think she is probably a weak-like character. I think she's probably like... What happened with her case and the fact that she tried to murder Leon, I think that actually makes her slightly more interesting. Wait, who is this? This is Sayaka from the first game. Also, hello, weirdo girl, how's it going? So she wasn't that interesting, but I think I probably... Do I though? Am I indifferent to her or am I just... I think, yeah. I think how she kind of forced Leon's hand, I think I just barely liked her. Probably. I think. I might slot her back down here, but for now she's trailing at the end of liked. For now. I think that's where I'll put her. Just because she ended up being, like, devious, and tried to get out of it. So that was kind of cool. But, first case in mind, how about we rank the other side of it? Leon Kuwata. I didn't really like Leon that much. He was alright. He was an okay character, but... I'll put him at the top of dislike tier. I didn't really like him that much. I wasn't really indifferent. I just kind of didn't like him. Thought he was uninteresting. I didn't vibe with his personality all that much. He unfortunately didn't get a whole lot of development in the game just because he was the first dude to be voted off. And I think in our playthrough we didn't hang out with him all that much either. Stupid. So I don't think I like him that much. I think he could have been far more interesting. Everything that he did in the case was just kind of at Sayaka's... Well, I mean, she kind of orchestrated the events that led to him committing what he did. Baseball star, but he hated baseball and wanted to do music? Yeah. It's just lightly disliked. I didn't dislike him that much, but... disliked him. Alright. Let's, do... who are we gonna do? Which character do we do? Oh, they have a separate one for Toko and Genocider Jack? Dude, that's kind of cool! That's interesting. I didn't know they had a separate one for both of them. But that's a spicy character. We should leave her for a little bit. We'll leave some of the strong characters for a little bit later on. Let's do the rest of the UDG kids. Protags and Nagito last. I might do the Protags a bit earlier, but I'll just kind of do them in random order. The ones I have strong feelings about or a lot to say, I might leave for a little bit later. This guy. Indifferent? Disliked? I didn't dislike him, I guess. Indifferent. Bottom of indifferent. We meet him for a very short time. talks about some cool stuff. I initially thought this was Chihiro when we met him. I thought Chihiro's dad was Chihiro. I don't know if you remember him. I was confused, but yeah. He had some good moments, alright? Not... He was present enough that I won't put him here. But I'll just put him in indifferent tier. Bottom of indifferent. Less interesting than any of the Monikups. And I thought I was like, right? Yeah, I know, it took me a moment, but yeah. You know what, I'm gonna put Mikan up here a little bit. I think she's probably the best out of the indifferent characters so far. I'm just like upgrading her slowly. She started off down here, now she's like up here. We'll see, but my thoughts will kind of crystallize as we go. It was amazing I'm sad he died. Yeah, I wish we got a little bit more screen time, but he was cool. He was cool. Alright, how about we do the other kids? You. Didn't really like them that much. I wasn't a fan of this character. It's kind of alright, had some okay moments, but I don't think any of the kids were really meant to be that liked. So I'll just kind of let him sit here. Her freak out was my favorite, or one of them of hers, and Kiyo's very good. Oh, Mikan's freak out? Yeah, Mikan's freak out really surprised me, actually. I'll have to think about her a bit more. She might get upgraded. You know what? Okay, we'll come back to Mikan. For now, we'll leave her here. But I might pop her up a spot higher. I have the reaction clip. Yeah, you do. If you have it, you could. If you want to send it in the chat, I'll have a look at it on stream. All right, where are the other kids? You're here. Nagis is here. Nagis was kind of interesting-ish, but not super interesting. Probably indifferent again. I don't think I really dislike Nagisa that much. I think I'm just probably less indifferent than Chihiro's dad. Is that the clip? Hold on, let's have a look. This is the clip. Oh, wait, I have to zoom out for this one. Memory lane, yeah. 4 months ago. I can't believe it was that long ago now.
Huh? Is that all you can say?
Hold on, I'll full screen me, but I'll put myself over here. Dude, this reaction, I remember this.
Huh? Is that all you can say? So
This twist, dude.
You're all just a bunch of bullies, huh?
Dude! Same robe. True, same robe.
Justifying
Different poster. Yeah, the poster's been changed. It's funny how that works.
Making excuses for why it's not really your fault.
That was a fun twist. No horsewife, not yet. She was still in shipping at the time. Good memories. Alright. I'll have to think about that. It's gonna be cool that we're rating the cases as well. The case is gonna be fun as well. But alright. Let's think. Who am I missing? Kotogo, you're the last one. I thought you were actually kind of a fun character. She made me laugh at least a few times, and while there was some tragedy to her backstory and stuff, I think she was ultimately pretty cool. She stood up to Monica as well, so that was pretty cool. Like, all her stuff at the end of the game, I think was really cool. Redeeming arc. For all the stuff that she put us through, I think she was actually pretty cool. Cool character. I like that at least one of the kids was kind of interesting. Her character was nice, yeah. I think she was the most interesting. Well, maybe not the most interesting, but she was definitely the most... I could vibe with her character the most. She's a good girl, even though she kind of harassed us. She did harass us, but she did kind of stand up to Monica as well, so... Points to her, you know, the friend of our... The enemy of our enemy is our friend kind of deal is going on here a little bit. Now, where would I put her here? In the liked tier? Probably above Sayaka, I think. I think I liked her more than Sayaka. Probably more than Monomi as well. I think these two are, like, weaker than these characters. So she'll go up here. I think she was cool. Kids were our friends in the MTVH. Yeah, but I personally didn't like all of them. Except Monica. Monica get fucked. Fuck you. So far, second lowest. There's only 3 characters in hated so far. I just didn't like these characters at all. Not that they were bad. I just hated these guys. these characters, I would make an argument that maybe these characters are bad characters, or just this one was not. She's not a fair character to rank. Like she didn't really exist in the games much aside from being like just a person that exists in the universe. So I don't know why she's a character here, but yeah, like Monica as an antagonist, yeah, she was fun to root against, I guess. Not quite as much as Monokuma. I think Monokuma was way more interesting. She was way less interesting, and her motives were like weird, but Monokuma was cool. All right. We could just, you know what we could do? We could hammer out all the UDG stuff, because we're almost done with UDG. We've got Kamaru, and we've got Shirakuma. Now, Shirakuma, for the most part, I was indifferent. For the most part, I was indifferent. It was kind of interesting-ish, but despite how much Shirakuma was with us for that game, I feel like even in the end, I didn't really have many strong feelings about Shirakuma. I think he was just sort of kind of plain in a way. Like, he helped us out a little bit and was kind of cool. Had like one good scene where he blew up. He was like attacking us and stuff. I don't know if I really liked Shirakuma. I don't think so. I think Shirakuma was just kind of okay, in my opinion. Where would I slot him? Probably here and indifferent right now. And you know what, Mikan? Alright, I'm gonna actually pop Mikan up. I think Mikan was actually kind of a cool character. I've changed my mind, alright? I've let it simmer for a bit. I reckon Mikan is actually more interesting than these two. And in fact, we'll see if these guys get demoted for now. But Mikan, I think, sits around about here. I think I like her probably less than Kotoko. I think I like her about this much. Weak-like. Monomi and Sayaka might get demoted. These guys might get demoted a bit further down. But these would be the top of indifferent, I think. Let's just put them there for now, we'll see. Let's say it looks more like this. These characters I'm kind of just sort of about. And these characters I like. So far, I think these are interesting, fun characters. Mikan probably goes here. I think we did have enough fun with her character in the end. And her twist was good. Good memories of the twist. Threw me for a whirl. Even though she did drop down from what could have been somewhere here, she's definitely like, here. She may still drop down, but we'll see. We'll see if she pops down another spot. Like I said, it might not be the case that she stays here, but let's just put her here for now. I'm having to, like, think about this all in context. We'll see. You know what? Let's just pop her here for now. We'll pop her in different. I'm toying with your guys' feelings a little bit. But we'll put Mikan and these three here for now, okay? We'll see if they bump up a little bit. But for now, just leave them in there. In a different tier. We won't give them the honor of being in these higher tiers yet. Mikan probably has the best case, though, so let's just put it in there. Alright. Ioi's brother, we knew for like 3 seconds. I'm gonna pop him in here. I think we just didn't get to know him like at all, basically. So, disappointed tier. Not really much to it. Very non-existent character. He was there for like a total of like 2 minutes for the entire game. For just that one scene, popped up, was like, hey, I exist. I'm Ioi's brother. I'm gonna swim. I died. That was his entire character. I just summarized everything. So I probably disappointed here. I feel like it existed for shock value, and that's it. Basically, that's my thoughts. I think I don't even remember his name. Do you guys remember his name? What was his name? I don't even know. I don't remember. Did we find it out? Oh, who knows? I feel like if I can't remember the character's name, well, I might just forget him, but like, not much to it. Yuta. Yeah, Yuta. Dumbass. I would put in disappointed tier. Where would you put Yuta? Out of curiosity, Yumizu. I feel like if we had gotten to know him over more of the game, and then that event happened, that would have been way more heart-crushing. Hifumi! Hifumi is sort of an interesting character. I'll put everybody here to start off with before, like, while we figure out where to put everybody. Yo, Kebab Weeb, how you going? Okay, Hifumi was actually, like, okay, there's a lot of stuff I disliked about Hifumi. Hifumi was weird, creepy, but also kind of hilarious as a character. Like, there's a lot of chaos that ensued in the game just because of, Hifumi's presence. I think he did a lot to, like, shape the dynamic of a lot of the first 3 cases, and a lot of our interactions as well. Like, his character was definitely, like, say what you want, was definitely memorable. Crazy and weird, yeah. But I think he was a bit too creepy for me. As much as, like, this is a character where there's stuff I like and stuff I really don't like. But I think ultimately, like, even though I think he was a good character, I don't think I liked him that much. Maybe this ranking should be a bit different. Is indifferent worse than disliked? You know what, I'm gonna put him in indifferent, I think. Actually, you know what, I think there's enough to say that there's, like, stuff that's good and stuff that's bad about this character, that he should be put somewhere in here. Because I don't think I really disliked him. Like, these characters I disliked, but him, Hifumi, I think it was at least somewhat interesting. I think I'll put him here. Above Shirokuma. Somewhere in there. Yeah, it's just a character, I wasn't disappointed in him, but I wish we got more, so I'd say indifferent. Ah, okay, that's fair. I'll put Hifumi in indifferent. I think there was just it was a lot of, like, a lot of plus points, a lot of bad points as well, so somewhere in here. Odd but wasn't horrible, yeah. It was definitely interesting. He was one of the he's a very interesting character. I'll put him here for now, actually. There was a lot of stuff that I liked about him at the end. So I'll put him there. We'll see. I might reorder some of these as we go through, but we'll leave him here for now. He did help us catch Celeste. True. He did. He helped us out. But he was pretty conniving. Speaking of Celeste. Dear Celeste. She very easily, I mean, I'm slotting her here while I'm talking about her, but you already probably know that she's gonna go higher than this. I think Celeste's character throughout the game, over the first game, in the first few cases, whenever we interacted with her and whenever her presence was made known, whenever she had any sort of input, was always interesting. I always liked every part of her character. And then we got her trial, or her case where she decided that she was gonna get out of there. Where she moited 2 people and tried to, well, make it look like it wasn't her that did it. I actually like, you can kind of see it by the fact that I've got Kokichi up here. I do also like some of the characters that aren't necessarily, like, good characters, right? And I think Celeste was definitely one of the better, like, fun, villainy characters. And I vibe with her a bit. I think it's understandable why she did what she did. Like, you can kind of sympathize, even if you don't empathize or totally agree. But I think her doing what she did in that case was pretty cool. Like, her case was fun to solve. She was a fun character. The way she broke down and went down with the ship, and her death and everything, was quite cool. She's one of the characters I like more, I think. Where I would put her, personally, out of all the characters we've seen so far, I've probably said it before, but I think she was my favorite character of Danganronpa 1. Pretty Much Death could have been better, yeah. I think that was the point. Her death was, like, not as glamorous as she probably would have wanted it to be. I thought she was interesting. I thought she had some depth to her as well. Hanging out with her was always interesting. She had interesting stuff to say. She felt like an intelligent character. I quite liked her. I think every part of her, even up to her demise, was quite cool. And when we were questioning into, like, why she did what she did, when she put on the facade of, like, being fine with everything, when she was secretly, like, dying to get out of there, I really liked the character. I thought she was super cool. This was unique, which is what she wanted, yeah. She was definitely really cool. I really liked Celeste. I thought she was awesome. One of the very few characters that's going to make it to the loved tier. Was I enamored with her? No. I don't think she makes it to the enamored tier, personally. But I definitely think she was one of my favorites, if not my favorite character from the first game. Which, we'll see. We'll put that into... We'll really... we'll cement that as we go. But for now, I think I would put her at the very top of the list. V3 character, Ryoma. Alright, let's do Ryoma. He is over here, our tennis boy. Let's put him over here. Okay, so Ryoma. He was quite cool. I actually quite liked him at the very beginning. I thought it was an interesting, unique character. He definitely stuck out from all the other students. More so than, like, in a different sort of way, right? Like, all these other people are, like, students. They're pretty young. They've got these talents and whatever. But this guy's like a prisoner, you know? He used to be like a tennis star, and now he's, like, you know, fallen from grace. Relatable character in a lot of ways, I think. And he just didn't fit the dynamic of the rest of the game, I think, in a way that made it really interesting. And the fact that he was murdered in the end, like, his whole case was crazy. And that'll elevate his killer, I think. But overall, I actually think his character was really unique and interesting. I think there was a lot of stuff that pops him up pretty high. I will say this. The V3 characters, overall, I'm probably going to like a lot. I think the V3 character crew, on the whole, was probably, like, the strongest. Like, V3 just had really good characters. And Ryoma kind of pops into that. I think he was just really interesting. He was just a very interesting character. Every time we found out more about him, I was always just intrigued. I always wanted to find out more. And he had a very different view to everybody else, you know? He was like one of the few people who's kind of like, he was acting like, oh, I don't have, you know, he didn't have like a purpose to live kind of thing. That's what he was going on about. And I think he was just cool. Did I like him more than Angie? Now, Angie, earlier on in the game, I would have said easily yes. However, Angie went kind of crazy. She became, like, I feel like she started to go a little bit nuts. With, like, her reincarnation ritual and everything, and indoctrinating people. I still think I liked Ryoma probably a little bit more. All fit together very well. Some of them don't. I think he didn't fit in at all, which is what made him interesting and what made it cool. I like how they vibe with each other, though. He was like a lot of the characters feel like puzzle pieces that don't have the right shape. And you're trying to build a puzzle out of pieces that don't all fit together. And that's what makes it kind of interesting. I think I like that they don't necessarily jive together. Like, a lot of these characters, you'd be like, is this guy really from the same game as, like, this girl? It's like, it'd be hard to say. Or I guess they aren't, but, like, these two are. I think at this point, yeah. I would definitely put him in the higher level of, like, I think I liked him quite a bit. I think he was a pretty interesting character. Versus Monokuma? Did I like him more than Monokuma? Hard to say. Probably not as much. Monokuma just has a lot more stuff to him, I think, than this character, than just Ryoma. Especially in the first two games, like I said. If we were doing Danganronpa 1 Monokuma, he would definitely be somewhere up here in the love tier. But we're including V3 and UDG as well and everything, so he's down here. If you could split the Monokumas up, because the Monokuma from Danganronpa 1 and 2 and the V3 Monokuma, those are different Monokumas, effectively. If you accept the plotline of V3 at face value. So this could be like the fictional one versus the real one, basically, right? But for now, we'll put overall Monokuma over here. V3 Monokuma on his own would probably just be somewhere in here, I think. If I'm putting Danganronpa 1 and 2 Monokuma up here, V3 Monokuma would be like top of indifferent, maybe bottom of liked, somewhere around there. So it averages around to like here, I think, somewhere. Kinda, yeah. So here's Monokuma overall, right there. Alright. Let's have a lookie. We've only got like characters left now. These are all going to be pretty fun to rank now, I think. Alright, let's do Rantaro. Rantaro was a very pretty boy. But, at the same time, there was not a lot to him. Rantaro was, unfortunately, done a little bit dirty. He died quite fast. Didn't say a whole lot. And ended up being more of a plot device than a character, I think. Which is unfortunate in a way. Because we really could have had more time with him, but I think that wasn't really his character's point. The question is, though, whether I think that was disappointing, or whether I'm just indifferent to his character as a result of that. I understand that he's meant to be, like, what he was. Like, more of a plot point than a character, but I think that's at his character's detriment a little bit. Died too early? He really did, I think. We also didn't spend much time with him, didn't find out that much about him. Even when we did find out everything about him, it wasn't that much in the end anyway, aside from the fact that he was just a survivor. His character is kind of a bit hard to describe outside of that. I feel like there isn't much to him, and I'm gonna have to put him in the top at this point, I'm sorry. I usually wouldn't do, it's surprising that a V3 character would end up here, but I think Rantaro just didn't have much to him, so disappointed here he goes. But I think he could have easily been somewhere up here. He could have been a liked character, I think, if he just had a little bit more to him. I think you have to kind of extrapolate and come up with a lot of extra info, or engage with a lot of like extra material to give him more stuff. But on the face of the on the face of the games themselves, there isn't a lot to him, I think. Which is why I personally am a little bit disappointed with Rantaro. But only a little bit. He goes at the top. He's definitely above the rest of these characters. By like quite a bit. Because he is still a character in the main game. But just, you know, not quite as much. Alright. Let's do a protagonist. Let's do Kamaru. Alright, Kamaru is a cool character. I thought she was a fun protagonist. She had a cool vibe. I felt like she was relatable in a certain way. She was very, like, you know, straightforward about things. She was very earnest in her attempts to cultivate, like, a friendship and relationship with Toko. I think that was quite wholesome. She was just nice. Very good-hearted, I think. I definitely, at the very least, liked her. I think, honestly, she was one of the better protagonists. If I had to put her, like, into the... If I had to rank just the protagonists, which I will effectively, I think she's definitely higher up. Is she going to be the best protagonist? That's going to be hard to say. Now, as much as I liked her, or loved her, how high would I really put her? She did get a lot of character development, and experienced a lot of growth. I think just her nature of being the protagonist enables her to, or puts her in a position where she can develop a lot. So she does have a lot more potential than a lot of characters, just necessarily, to go through character development, which is something that characters don't necessarily get to do, just because she has that opportunity. Did I love her? Did I like her? I definitely think I liked her more than all these characters in liked tier. As far as protagonists are concerned, I think she was quite cool. I don't know if I'm going to say that she's the best protagonist or not just yet. But I think that I really enjoyed playing with her as the protagonist. I think she was cool. Do I love her? It's a bit hard to say. But I think I would say yes. I think she's definitely a lovable character. I think she goes up here with these guys as well. Maybe not as much as Aoi or Celeste, but definitely bottom of loved. I think she's lower down on the loved side, but she pretty squarely defeats all these other characters in the liked tier. And I'm trying to order these in the tiers as well. So I would say that she's here. She definitely develops a lot more than most characters. More than these two, I'll say. She gets more character development than these two. And she was quite cool. She made UDG way more enjoyable than it otherwise would have been. So I'll put her there. I think she's the third character to make it to the loved tier. Friendship with a Tenko. Toko. Drew. Alright, that's another loved character, I think. We're getting some good ones. Alright, scrolling back down, let's have a look. Let's have a look at who we've got left in the roster to pick from. Personally, I know people feel for Hiyoko a little bit. I hated her. I didn't like her at all. I really tried to. I think Ray really liked her. I didn't like her at all. I think she was a fine character. Like, her character wasn't bad. I just didn't like her at all. She just rubbed me the wrong way. She annoyed me. She was whiny. I know she's a kid, but... I mean, we actually have 3 kids in the hated tier. Oops. She wasn't like these characters. I don't hate her in the same way that I hate these characters. She was just... You know what, actually? Hold on. Terry, I'm gonna put you down here, actually. Terry, you're going down a little bit. Hiyoko, I'm putting you in disliked. She's my most disliked character. I don't think I hate her as much as Terry, though. Terry, you can go in the hated pile. So you hate me. No, I love you, Panda. I love you, Panda. Panda, you're like... You're kind of like... Who are you like? Panda, you're like this character. I think. You're like Kokichi. You're the most similar to him, I think. Hiyoko, look, I'll just say I strongly disliked her. I don't know if I really hated her for everything that happened to her, and in the end, I think she had good moments as well. I hated Terry. I'm gonna put him down here. I'll put her here. I think that's a bit more accurate. Just here. How does she rank against these guys? Probably like this. Probably, you know, probably like this, actually. Probably like that. Probably like this, I think. Actually. I'll put you guys like this. Kokichi, I don't see it. I reckon he's totally like Kokichi. I think I'll do that. I think that's probably fine. The Monocubs, I was less annoyed by the Monocubs than Hiyoko. I think probably. Yeah, I think that's about right. She either is still in hated tier or she avoids that barely. Kokichi's much worse than Panda? In a way. It's true. No. Alright, let's see. Who do we do next? This is gonna be... These characters these are all, like... I've gotten a lot of the characters that I'm not super attached to out of the way. The ones that I like a lot more are left, which is like the majority of like the more impactful characters that lasted a long time. Thanks, Yumizu. Alright, how about we do the not Byakuya, the imposter. I think he was actually kind of a cool character. He was very interesting. His whole trial was really interesting. And he was just kind of a cool character in general. I was pretty intrigued by everything we learned about him. He died trying to protect us. I think that's pretty cool. This was the only image that seems like it has a transparent background for some reason. Big Togami. We're gonna put him here, I think. The spy. Did we learn his real name? I think I'll put him somewhere here. I think he was pretty cool. He was actually a very interesting character. You know what? Even though we didn't have that much of him, I'll leave him here. I think this is a good spot. Higher than Katoka, but not higher than Mahiro. I think she cuts him off. I think she's more interesting and more lovable than he is. But he was pretty cool. For the short time that we got to know him, he was quite cool. Alright. We should do the real Byakuya now, alright? Where do we put the real Byakuya? I'm looking, is there a real name? Doesn't have a real name, only identity is the true imposter. The ultimate imposter! Well, we should do the person he was impersonating. We'll do Byakuya now. Now, Byakuya was kind of an interesting character. I personally disliked him when we first met him. I started off disliking Byakuya. I thought he was kind of an asshole, but he grew on me a little bit. I became kind of indifferent. There were moments where I really liked him. He was kind of like a proto-Kokichi. He was like Kokichi, but less intense in a lot of ways. And he was a cool character. I don't know how much he really cared about all of us. Kokichi, I think I like because he really did want to get out of the killing game. He seemed like earnest behind the lies. The difference between these two characters, I think, is that Byakuya was just a much more straightforward and truthful and open about how he felt. Kokichi totally lied about everything. Byakuya was pretty honest. And honestly, he was alright. I can get why Toko finds him attractive, because he definitely is. You know, I will say that. But I don't think I really liked him too much. I'm kind of indifferent towards him. He had a lot of, I felt like strongly, I liked bits of him strongly and bits of him I disliked strongly, but I think I put him somewhere around here. I found the imposter's name. Is there really a name? Interesting antagonist? Kind of. He was sort of our, like, colleague, though. He spiced up some of the trials and stuff, but yeah, definitely somewhere around here I put him. Koichi Kizakura? Oh, wait! Yeah, don't we find that out? Wait, is that true? Isn't that that's the anime guy, right? Isn't Koichi like the anime dude? I think it might be. He was a huge asshole. Yeah, I'll put him, I think here is a good spot. I feel like you could easily dislike him, but I think he was interesting enough that I personally don't dislike him. Continuing on. Let's have a look at the rest of these characters. I could do some hot takes. But I think that'll be I will okay. Are you guys ready for a hot take? The Scout of Hope's Peak. Yeah. I think you're right. Okay. Are you guys ready for a hot take? For the hot take. I think that Shuichi, I'm pretty indifferent towards. To the point where I might kind of dislike him, maybe. He's somewhere here. He's somewhere here, I think. I don't know where exactly, but he was a very okay protagonist. I definitely disliked him at the beginning, personally. There were stuff that he did that I thought was pretty cool. But I think overall, he was just kind of, I was lukewarm about him. I never really grew to like him enough, I think. And that's probably just because of how he vibed with me. I think I just didn't vibe with him, ultimately. I think there could have been a lot of stuff that he could have done that would have made me like him a lot more, but overall, I think he was just kind of okay. He wasn't a bad MC, so to speak. He just felt very run-of-the-mill in a lot of ways. That's how I felt, at least. I really liked Kamara. I thought she was interesting. Shuichi was very much like a stand-in for you playing the game, I felt like. That's what it felt like when I was playing. A lot of the time, I didn't feel... Like, when I was playing as Kamara, I was like, I'm playing as Kamari. When I was playing as Shuichi, I felt like I was playing the game. That's kind of how I felt for a lot of the time. There were moments where he had, like, standout moments, I think. And those were good enough to keep him from this tier. Because he had good moments that I did really like. That's what's keeping him from here. But I think overall, he's probably missing out on liked tier by a little bit. I think I probably liked him more than Monomi. But I think I put him somewhere like this. I'll reorder this a little bit. We'll kind of figure out, we'll work out this order a little bit better. But I think I put him about here. He's just sort of, I'm just lukewarm towards him. Not a tier yet? Nobody's made it to the enamored tier yet. But yeah, that's my hot take. That's my hot take, is that Shuichi is just kind of alright. Kumari was the only one we ranked so far. She was an awesome MC. Shuichi was okay. He was alright. He wasn't incredible. But that's not really a bad thing necessarily. It's just not an amazing thing, you know? He didn't really disappoint me, to say like to say that much at least. Oh, there is this is slander. That's my hot take, I think. It's like maybe low and different. Yeah, I think I put him somewhere here. I think he had enough redeeming moments in some sections of the ending that keep him from being into disliked tier. If we're just rating off the beginning, I'd put him disliked. But I think that's probably where I would slot him at the moment. Like, he's just, you know, I just didn't vibe with him that much. But I didn't dislike him. Alright, moving on. We're gonna have interesting characters. I think from here on, they're all gonna be interesting, probably. We could rank all the MCs first. Or we could just do them in kind of a random order. I think I'm just gonna do them in a random order. Let's do Yasuhiro. Alright, he's a Danganronpa 1 character. We haven't done a Danganronpa 1 character in a little bit, so let's do a number 1 character. Where would we put him? Now, he was a fun character. His case that he was involved in was quite cool. It's quite interesting. But was his character interesting? I think he did play like the role of an airhead well. He suited that archetype. But how much did I really like his character? I didn't dislike him. I don't think he was a dislikable character. I think he was likable enough. But at the same time, I don't think he made enough of a standout showing in a way that I think I really vibe with that much. And I think he probably just slots into the indifferent tier somewhere as well. I think he was just sort of an okay character. I don't think he was bad. I don't think he was great. He did have extra appearances in the anime that I think bump him up a little bit. So he did get a little bit more character content than some of the other characters did, if you guys remember. So he is at least somewhat higher than the rest of these indifferent characters, but not too much more. I think I would probably put him below Shuichi here. I think Shuichi is a little bit... Like, I like Shuichi a little bit more than I do Yasuhiro. And Yasuhiro I think was still okay. Like, I still do like some of these characters to some extent, but they're not, like, super strong in my opinion. Like, none of these characters I really strongly like. And the characters to the bottom of this list, I don't strongly dislike them either. But these ones I have a clear opinion on. I think these ones are, like, clear-cut dislikes, clear-cut hatreds, clear-cut loves easily. But these tiers, these higher tiers are going to be harder to get into. I think the like tier will fill up a little bit more as we go. Indifferent will definitely fill up a little bit more. Dislike probably won't fill out that much more, because I don't dislike that many of the characters in the games. These ones, though, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Moving on. Moving on. Moving on. Let's do another classic character. Let's knock out another Danganronpa 1 favorite, Sakura. Now, Sakura was pretty cool, and her death was very tragic. She was always like Aoi's duo. They were always together, they were like BFFs, and she was quite cool. I think she had a lot of good moments in the series. She had cool moments as well, and I think she was pretty badass. I think her character overall as well, like her design is just very cool. She had a lot of like, it felt like she had a lot of like Dragon Ball references. And hanging out with her was always fun. I just liked her character overall. I think she was just a joy to hang out with. Overall, I think her character would be pretty high in the liked tier. I liked her quite a lot. I think Sakura was pretty awesome. Her and Aoi were just an awesome duo. They had good moments. I didn't have that many complaints, really. The only thing was that maybe she could have been, like, even She could have been around for even longer, but I think she had a good showing. I think overall, her character was also interesting. Her backstory and development was pretty cool. I would probably put her somewhere here. I think probably above Ryoma, but below Monokuma. I think Monokuma I liked more overall than Sakura, but Sakura's pretty high up. I think she's really cool. Very cool character. Very, very high tier. She was awesome. I liked all our interactions. I liked the references to her in the second game as well. She was just cool. There's nothing, I don't really have much bad to say about Sakura. I just liked her overall. I think she was awesome. Everything, every piece of content we got from her, and the more we delved into her backstory and what we found out about her was just cool. Junko yet? I haven't rated Junko yet, but Junko is like a serious, a big character, so we probably need to rate Junko somewhere towards the end. We need to rank more of the characters like fucking Skrillex over here, and Akane and stuff, before we get to like Junko and characters like that. But I'll have some stuff to say, I think. Can you imagine if I'm just like trash tier? No, but okay, we'll get to it in a moment. Let's do what was his name again? I can't remember. I just called him Skrillex and now I forgot. Kazuichi. I shouldn't have called him Skrillex. I said Skrillex and then his name fell out of my head. The tier 3 subscriber. Look, I wasn't really a big fan. I thought it was honestly, like, while he was kind of interesting, I think I just didn't like him that much. Just in general. He annoyed me more than he interested me, I think. I didn't hate him. I don't think he was a hateable character, but he just kind of annoyed me. I think it was just, I didn't like him that much as a character. He just kind of felt like a cowardly dude. His negative personality traits kind of bothered me. I didn't find him charming in the same way that I did some of the other characters that had, like, big personality flaws, you know? He didn't have that same kind of appeal. He definitely, like, just falls to here somewhere. I do think he's slightly more interesting than Leon, though. Tier 3 sub, yeah. So, I think I disliked him. Less so than the other characters, probably. I definitely disliked these characters more. But Leon, not much more. These two kind of feel similar in a lot of ways. They have similar hairstyles. So yeah, I don't know. I would just put him somewhere around here. I just didn't like him that much. You know? He just annoyed me. If a character annoys me, I think that's like, that's bad. Monokuma was like always present and really evil and stuff, but he never annoyed me, you know? Kazuichi annoyed me. Kokichi was conniving, and I didn't like him at first, you know? I disliked him. He made me angry a little bit. But he didn't annoy me. Like, he wasn't bothersome to be around. Can't say that word because of TOS. I like tier 3 sub though. Tier 3 sub is fun. Alright. How about Ultimate Maid? Was it Kurumi? It was Kurumi, right? Let's do her next. Another V3 character. She felt not that interesting at first. Initially, when we first met her and got to know her a little bit, I was like, yeah, I don't really like you. I don't really know much about you. Maybe disappointment, maybe indifferent, kind of. I just didn't feel that strongly about your character one way or the other. I was just like, not feeling it. However, as we got a little bit further on, and found out she was the president of the United States. Or, the president. And then also, like, her whole trial and the murder that she carried out was actually pretty interesting. Like, the case itself was really cool. I'd say at least that much. Her case was really cool. The murder that she tried to commit was really fascinating. That was one of my favorite cases. I will say right now, that was one of my favorite cases, her case. But, just because of how boring her character was up until that point, to me, I can't really slot her any higher than, like, the top of indifferent, I think. She probably wins the indifferent tier at the moment. She's the highest indifferent character for me. Closest to liked, but not quite making it there just yet. Her case was just really interesting, and that the ending of her character was, like, the most interesting part. But overall, still kind of indifferent. I didn't really hang out with her. I didn't feel like she was super, super interesting, you know? My case is my favorite in V3. I think that was actually my favorite in V3 as well. I think that Ryoma's case was my favorite case to investigate in that game. So that bumps her up from probably disliked or in, like, disappointment to just indifferent. So that's kind of cool. She probably may have been, I don't know where I would have put her, but I think that's enough material to be put up here somewhere. Continuing on. Let's do a Danganronpa 2 character. Let's do Akane. She's like the next in the order here, so why don't we do Akane? Akane was interesting. Is it still playing? It is, okay. Her character was pretty cool. She liked food a lot. That's always a bonus. Booba, always a plus. She was like one of the characters that I feel like always acted fairly strongly. She acted on her morals, which she felt strongly about. And I always liked that. I thought she was pretty cool. I don't know if I really was that connected to her. Like, I don't know if I would put it in the liked tier. I think I definitely don't dislike her. I think she just gets put in the indifferent tier. But we spent a lot of time with her and a lot of bonding time as well. And she had enough good character moments that I think she probably either tops the indifferent tier or makes it to the bottom of liked underneath Mikan. And I think this probably makes a little bit more sense than indifferent. I think I definitely liked her more than I kind of was uninterested. So I'll probably put her somewhere here. I think she probably slots at the bottom of liked. How dare you put Fat Byakuya over Akane? Fat Byakuya was really cool character. This is going to be hot takes the list. It's going to be fun. Place your bets. Who do you guys think is going to end up in Enamored, if anyone? Will anybody end up in Enamored tier? I made that tier before I kind of thought about exactly who would go where. I'm kind of just feeling my thoughts as we kind of go through. But I am interested to think who you guys will put there. Kade for you. Kade isn't Kade is me. I'm Kade. You think you mean Kaede? Kaede, I mean. Kade is that little little yellow pony. People think Kaede. Okay, that's interesting. We'll see. I'll leave Kaede towards the end then, because we have some thoughts about where she might end up, and I'll leave some of the fun ones. Ooh, Nagito will be a fun one to rank. People like Maki, people like Kyoko. We're gonna leave her till the end. Who else do we leave later on? I think we'll just kind of randomly go through them. And the robot guy. Oh, did you like the robot guy? We can do Kiba. Now, where would I put Kiba? Just thinking a little bit. Okay, so Kiba, I think, was cooler than Shuichi. When we switched to him in the trial, I was like, oh, okay, this is cool. It made sense for his character. I think he was very proactive and like his interactions with the cast were really fun. I really liked his dynamic with Miyu. That was super fun. Their dynamic together elevates both of them up. I think him and Miyu, whenever they had interactions together, were super fun. Both of those like characters were really good in my opinion. So we'll probably rank Miyu next as well. But Kibu, I was rooting for throughout. He sacrificed himself in the end for us. Definitely, at the very least, a like character. Now, how much did we like him? Did we love him? Did we like him? Were we enamored? There were a lot of parts. To be fair, to be brutally honest, I wasn't totally vibing with his character. I was sort of indifferent to his character for a lot of the game until like the last third maybe, and then he really won me over. There were a lot of parts that like won me over, I think, to the point where I would probably put Kibo quite high up, maybe below Sakura. I think that's roughly where I would put him. You could draw similarities between him and Sakura in a lot of ways. They both had desires to stop this killing game and everything like that. And there was a lot of... he was kind of tragic in a way as well, being like the surrogate for the audience, I think. But overcoming that, he had really good moments. Thought you were just enamored of him for a second, you thought? I think I would slot him here. I think I liked him quite a lot. Not quite as much as Sakura, or Monokuma, or Kokichi. But he definitely slots into the higher chunk of this tier. Like, he's a very highly liked character, I think. But I wouldn't say I loved him as much as these three. These three right now are, like, taking the cake. Celeste is currently in first place, followed by Aoi, followed by Kamari. These three are, like, I have a very big spot in my heart for these three characters. These ones are really high for me. At the very least, I think most of you probably would have known that Celeste and Kamari would have made it up here. I think from playing the first Danganronpa game, this would have been an obvious pick. From playing UDG and from talking to Yumizu, this would have been an obvious one, I think, as well. This, maybe not as much, but I did like Aoi a lot. These two throughout the game were battling for my first place a lot of the time. So these guys right now are winning, along with Kamari. And then everybody else is doing pretty well. I'm surprised actually. I forgot that this tier. I didn't expect that the tiers would fill up so much. But I guess it's just a lot of tiers. I was actually worried that nobody's gonna make it into these ones, but I forgot about some of these characters. You are Komari. True, but Yasuhiro I put down here, so... Am I more Komari than Yasuhiro is the question. Well, maybe. Let's do you. Whose name? I forgot your name again. I said like Kirumi, and now I've forgotten. Dude, I'm forgetting it. I'm forgetting this. Korakiya? Korakiya, right? Nobody said it in chat yet, so I did remember it before anyone said it. It's Korakiya, right? I think I'm right. I think I'm right. He was a cool character. His whole deal was really tragic. Initially when we met him, I was like kind of indifferent. I was like, okay, you're kind of rude. I'm not really vibing that much. Fuyuhiko? Oh, wait. Did I say Korakiya? Korakiya is this one over here. Fuyuhiko. I didn't remember. Okay. Fuyuhiko. I think Fuyuhiko is cool. I think Fuyuhiko is actually an interesting character. I actually, despite not liking him that much to begin with, Korakiya was a V3. Yeah, Korakiya is this character. So this I was worried that I was just going to start forgetting the names because there's so many. But Fuyuhiko I definitely liked. Now, how much did I like Fuyuhiko? While he went through a lot, I don't think I liked him any more than maybe Mikan. So I'd probably put him here. I thought it was pretty cool. His backstory as a gangster, his relationship with Pekka was cute. He had a lot of good moments. I just didn't vibe with him as much as I maybe could have. But overall, I did like him. I think I liked him as a character. Very weakly. But him and Akane, I like both of these characters. Kind of very similarly. So I think they beat out the indifference tier. They make it to this one. And I think that's probably where I placed them. I think I like these characters above quite like more. So I think this is a good spot for him. He had good moments and his trial was really tragic though. Lasting impact. The trial that this was one of my favorite trials. Ultimate Yakuza's dumb ultimate gangster is where it's at. I think I liked him. I'll put him here. I liked him enough to put him in the like tier. Yeah, because this is his title, though. Yeah. Oh, we're getting to some hard-hitting characters. Toko is gonna be fun. How are we gonna rate Toko? We'll do it in a moment, though. Let's do Taka. I think Taka, right? You were a very cool character who met a very untimely demise. Who had good moments. I know a lot of people like Taka a lot. This is Taka, right? Canon title is a gangster. Oh, is it actually out? Is that what it's actually the title? He had a good relationship with... Oh, dude, there's so many names now, I'm gonna forget. Where is the... We haven't rated you yet, have we? Taka? Taka is... this one over here. He had a good relationship with... you. Mondo, right? I think... it was Mondo, right? I think that's his name. Mondo Owara? Yeah. He was cool, and I know that a lot of people like him. A lot of people like this character a lot. His bro relationship was cool, but ultimately, I kind of didn't vibe with him as much. I thought he was a cool character, and it was interesting. I liked the case that we solved, where he was, you know, killed. But I think he was okay. I lightly vibed with him, but not all that much. I think I mostly indifferent, more so than anything else. I don't think I liked him enough to put him in the liked tier, but I think he was a decent enough character. He was a good character, but I just didn't vibe with him quite as much as I could have. Probably... Now, I would put him higher in this... I would put him at the top of indifferent tier, but I think Kurumi's attempted murder makes her just interesting enough that I pop her above Taka a little bit. Did I run out of music? I did. Let's repeat. Guys, they should have served cooked tartare with Mondo butter. Well, now we've got to do Mondo. Mondo. Tragic character. How do we place you? With his brother, trying to fill in his shoes, ended up killing another character that we so dearly loved. I think his plight was... I could sympathize, even though I couldn't put myself in his shoes necessarily. I couldn't empathize with his plight. I could at least see where he was coming from his point of view. It's tragic what happened. And he was kind of a cool character. I don't know necessarily if I like him all that much, but I think he was interesting enough to be put into the indifferent tier and not into the dislike tier. where I would slot him among these other characters, probably somewhere below Sayaka. Somewhere like that, I think. His character was interesting enough that I would put him somewhere here. I'm mostly indifferent, but I would slot him somewhere here. And I think the rest of them kind of line up like this. Not... Like, Shuichi is kind of like a ballpark here right now, because we've had Shuichi, like, most recently. So above or below is a really easy way to rank these characters. I definitely think I would put him below Shuichi. Corn hair. And we're gonna let's rank his victim as well. Chihiro, I think, right? Yeah. I was about to say Chiaki, but Chiaki's over here. Chihiro. Chihiro was quite cool. Chihiro was a cool character. Ultimate uber hacker, computer extraordinaire. I don't actually remember what his title was, but he was a pretty interesting character and had a lot of cool moments. I think the case where he was killed, where Mondo made it seem... Where's Mondo? Where did I put Mondo? Where is he? Oh, yeah, where Mondo made it seem like it was actually Genocider Jack who carried out the murder. That case was interesting, but it was tragic for Chihiro. I think Chihiro was a sympathetic character, and one I actually quite liked. We hung out a lot and had some cool moments. I think overall, Chihiro was very, very well liked. I liked Ultimate Script Kitty, yeah. I think Chihiro was quite cool. I would probably put Chihiro below Fat Byakuya. I think Fat Byakuya I liked a little bit more, but Chihiro was really, really nice. Definitely a very liked character. Oh, that was Byakuya, yeah. Byakuya tampered with the crime scene. Yeah, Byakuya did that to make it seem like that. But Mondo was the one who actually killed him. That was a crazy case, dude. Fucking Byakuya, dude. But yeah, I would put Chihiro here, I think. Just above Kotoko. I think this will be a hot pick. I don't know if many people will rank Fat Byakuya that high. But we'll see. Fat Byakuya was definitely way better than regular Byakuya. Regular Byakuya was kind of an asshole. This guy actually cared about us. Or at least it seemed that way. Alright. Let's rank another... We got some MCs that we haven't ranked yet. You know what we should do? We should rank let's rank another MC. Alright? Out of Hajime and Naegi, which one do you think we should rank? Why is Byakuya below Taka out of curiosity? I just like Taka a little bit more. I think he was just more emotional. Byakuya was just kind of an asshole. And I like them both, but for very different reasons. I think Taka is just more interesting, and I don't know. I just liked his emotional breakdown a little bit more. He was like on fire, you know, and he wanted to avenge his bro. So that's like kind of honorable, right? Hinata, Egi? Alright, we're gonna do both of them. We'll do Naegi first. Now Naegi, the very first protagonist, the very first MC. Naegi, we got 2 minutes for Naegi. Let's do Naegi first. Naegi was the very first MC. Not only that, he did make appearances later on, outside of being just an MC in the very first game. For being introduced to Danganronpa through Naegi, I think he was actually quite a good MC to start off with. I reckon starting off the game with him as an MC, whatever your complaints might be about him, he was the first. You know, anybody else that may resemble him or whatever, I think he's definitely interesting. He's definitely an interesting MC. And I liked him, I think. I would say he's definitely not in the indifferent tier. I would put him somewhere in the like tier. Now, how much do I like him? He was quite a cool MC. Was he the coolest MC? Or as cool as Kamara, I should say? No. He doesn't make it to he doesn't reach his sister's level of glory. But how does he fare against some of the other characters? I think he had enough of his personality, like, put into the game, and he had very cool dynamics, I think, with, like, where is she? With Kyoko, for example, that I think he stands out in a way that I quite like. I did like his own thoughts on all the matters that we were in. I feel like he was more courageous in a lot of ways than like Shuichi might have been. So I think he at least bops a few of these characters. How high would I put him? He is the MC, and the MC of the first game, so I do have there's a little bit of bias there for like how much I like him, I think. But I think he probably beats Fat Byakuya. I like Shuichi a little more than Naegi. I guess that's fair, that's fair. I think I like Naegi about this much. I don't think he beats Mahiru. She's probably a gatekeeper for like a slightly higher level of like for these characters, I think. He doesn't quite make it to this level in Danganronpa 2, but he's definitely a character that I liked more than a lot of the other characters in Danganronpa 2. There's a lot of good moments with him. Not more than... Fabiaki doesn't quite beat him, but they're close, these two characters, I think. I like all MCs equally. I do not like them all equally. These are definitely tiers. Actually, we've got one MC per tier so far. Yo, Chris. They're all trash. Terrible game. Hey, how's it going? Improve so hard. Also, you got 3/4 of a 3.8 star map. Let's go, dude. Nice. Alright, we are running through these characters. Let's rank Hajime Hinata. Hajime was another interesting protagonist. He is one of the protagonists where, just like Kamaru in my opinion, his personality is injected into the game much more so than Shuichi, who feels like much less of a presence than the other two, or the other three I should say, and more so than Naegi as well. Now Naegi is like up here largely because of like some personal bias towards the first game, the first MC. Hajime did admittedly feel similar to Naegi in a lot of ways. He felt like he was just at the very start, it was like, oh, this is Naegi 2.0. Before we really started walking in his shoes a little bit, and we were like, okay, he's got his own thing going, he's his own protagonist. He also had a lot of cool moments at the end. There's a lot of twists in Danganronpa 2 that I won't necessarily spoil, but that make his character pretty interesting, I think. So he does have a lot of interesting stuff going for him. His then relationship with people like Nagito in the second game is, in my opinion, like their dynamic together, just purely because Nagito was alive for so much longer, was more interesting than, say, Shuichi and Kaede, for example, right? I didn't feel like the same level of, like, you know, intrigue with their relationship as I did with, like, these guys, for example, right? However, then, you know, Maki stepped up and she kind of filled the shoes, as well as Kaito, for, like, his friends. So, them surrounding Shuichi places him up here. Honestly, if Shuichi didn't have the friends that he vibed with, he'd probably be a bit lower. But his dynamic with both Nagito and then also people like Chiaki, I think was quite cool. Enough to the point where I would probably put him in the bottom of like tier. Just barely. He barely escapes indifferent tier, but not by very much. I don't think I like him any more than any of the other characters in like tier, but I do like him enough that he's either here or at the top of indifference tier. He's in one of those two camps. He's either the best indifferent character or the worst liked character, I think. For now, I'll probably leave him here in the top of indifferent. I don't think he makes enough of a splash. I think a lot of the reason why I like him has got to do with Chiaki, for example, right? Or Nagito. Those two characters, I think, do a lot of heavy lifting for Hajime. You like Makoto? Yeah, I like Makoto more than Hajime. I think he's probably, of the ranked ones so far, because we haven't ranked every MC just yet, Makoto is definitely like second for me right now. I like him quite a lot. Did you rank Himiko yet? I didn't rank Himiko. Should I rank Himiko? We don't have a lot of characters left. We can do Himiko next. And the answer may shock you. Alright, let's do Himiko. So starting off, Himiko. Been kinda enamored, I can tell. Alright, Himiko is a weird character. To be honest, at the start, okay? Now, no clickbait here. Shocking answer maybe. Initially, she would have been somewhere here. Not even kidding. She was probably here when I first met her. When I first met Himiko, I was like, nope. I don't like this character. Right? That's where she started off. Strong dislike at the very beginning. I didn't like her. But she had some fun, like, interesting relationships with, like... Did I rank I haven't ranked Tenko yet, have I? Tenko. She had some interesting relationship dynamics. And she kind of grew on me a little bit, right? I was like, okay, maybe I don't dislike her. Maybe I was a bit harsh on her. Maybe I was a bit harsh on Himiko at first. I was thinking, like... I was kind of, you know, I didn't like her at first. But I can see that she's going through some stuff. She's an interesting character. And you know what, she's growing on me, right? I'm getting over the stuff that, like, initially I thought she was gonna be kind of like another Hiyoko, but she was actually kind of cool in a way. And then Tenko died. And also Angie died, right? Her big influences. And she was distraught, right? We had her case as well, where she looked like initially she might have been the culprit responsible for Ryoma's death, but she wasn't. Then, after her friends died, she kind of, well, even before that, she started to go through this, like, character development, where I could tell she was, like, evolving as a character, right? And she went through quite a lot. She evolved more than a lot of characters did. Like, a lot of characters, right? She went through quite a lot of development. There was a lot of Himiko content where she went from being, like, a certain kind of character to, like, growing into another stage of her life, basically, right? She was a shy, introverted, life is a pain kind of character for, like, the whole chunk of the first section of the game. But then a lot of events happened, and they really affected her in a noticeable way, right? And then I was thinking, like, you know what, I actually kind of like her. She's growing as a character way, way, way more than a lot of other characters would, right? A lot of characters don't have, like, to be fair, don't have that much growth in the games. A lot of the time, a character's a certain way, right? Like Celeste, as much as I love her, didn't have any character development. You can say what you want about Celeste. I love Celeste, right? I think she's awesome. I don't think she had, like, any character development at all, right? Her character was all stuff that... She was already that way. We just found out about her. I think we just discovered more about her as we went along, but she didn't really develop as a character. She had her own motives, and she kind of stayed that way until her bitter end, and we just discovered more. Hiyoko, on the other hand, grew and grew and grew. And post-Tenko, she had some good moments. She really had good moments, to the point where she became kind of really likable. I liked her quite a lot. She had dynamics with, like, the rest of the main characters, and she lasted in the game so long that she really became quite a strong character in the end. To the point where she beats out all the characters in the like tier. And not only that, she actually became kind of a strong character in the end. And she was funny. She made me laugh. All of her lines in V3 made me laugh more than, like, a lot of the other characters. So I think I would actually put her there. Himiko, I reckon, of all the characters we've actually ranked, is actually the best character. I think she's my favorite of the characters we've ranked so far. She went from being a character I disliked quite a lot to one of my favorites of the entire series. I think she's really good. She's just a really good character, dude. She went through so much growth and development that it's kind of admirable, honestly. Like, from where she started to where she ended, she was one of my favorite characters in the entire series. She, for me, even despite everything, she beats out Celeste. Because and I'm not ranking by, like, who I think is a good character or a bad character, because I don't think Celeste is a very good character necessarily, right? Like I said, even though I love her, I don't think she went through any character development. Himiko is, like, the opposite. She went through, like, more character development than, like, any other character in the entire franchise, I think. And so we put her in loved. That's why I say it. My answer might shock you. So Himiko, you made it super far. Also, Mr. Ra, how's it going? Kaede and disappointed after dying in the first trial. Can you imagine? So that's where she goes. I think that's where I would put her. She rests, not by a long shot, by a slim margin. I reckon she beats out all the other characters. Himiko is my favorite character so far out of all of these. This I think would have been the not so obvious guess. Right? I think that's where I would have put her. Bad character-wise, Celeste love, because I love her. I'm not ranking these by who I think is good or bad. Because there are characters that I think are, like, for example, Monica, right? I hate Monica. I absolutely despise her. But it's not because I think she's a bad character. She's just a villain that's kind of meant to be hated, right? She plays that role really well, and she's written in such a way to make you hate her. Teru, on the other hand, is maybe not meant to be that way, right? I think Teru is super annoying. The people who I think are, like, bad characters are, like, people in these tiers, I think, would be bad characters. Even Ranter, I don't think is bad. I think he serves his plot point, but there's just not a lot to him. Kurakuma, I think, is a bad character. He just, like, I literally forgot he existed, like, 3 times. Which, that's not a good sign. You shouldn't be forgetting that a main villain character exists. And I forgot he existed. Like 3 times. But, you know, these are like my biases. Not who I think is good or bad, but who I like and dislike the most. I don't think, like, any of the Monokubs are, like, very good characters, but I don't really dislike them that much, you know? So that's how I'm kind of ranking it. There's a lot of these characters that I think are more, like, fleshed out and have more to them. Like, Kurakyu, I think, is a good character. Like, he's a really good, like, all of his motives and everything makes sense. Like, he's fleshed out and everything, right? But I feel indifferent towards him now because of his, like, you know, love for his sister. I think that's just a bit off-putting, personally. All the bears are boring? Yeah, that's why they're kind of here. Honestly, these two I think were kind of, like, just bad. I didn't like these two specific bears. Monokid was, like, barely there at all, to the point where I just disliked him. He just showed up and then died, and then showed up again and then died. And then this bear, whose name I forget, Monokid, is this Monotaro, Monodam, Monofani, what was his name? Monosuke? Was it Monosuke? I don't like him. He was just like, his accent was like his shtick. Showed up and died. Yeah, that was him basically. And then Hiyuko. I think Hiyuko was a good character, but I disliked her a lot. So that's like, I'm not doing this in like a who's good, who's bad. I'm doing this like who I liked, who I disliked, who I stand the most for. You know. Whew. We're moving into the characters that I have like a lot of feelings about. Who else showed up in a game and then died? I do know. Kaede did do that. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see if anybody guesses who my number one is going to be at the end of this. Alright, let's do Gundam. Gundam was a pretty likable character. Gundam, at the very beginning, he was always aloof, and he reminds me a little bit of, like, myself when I was a little bit younger. Like, a little bit edgy, like, role-play kind of. I feel like that's, like, me on, like, DeviantArt circa, like, 2010. Or 2008 or something, you know? Kaede died quicker than the Mother Cub. Also true, actually, yeah. Wait, didn't she die at the same speed? Didn't she and Monokid die at the same time? I think she lived as long as Monokid did, right? But yeah, okay, Gundam was quite cool. From the very beginning, I actually liked him quite a lot. I thought his voice acting was unbelievable. Okay, here's another... I don't know if this is going to be a hot take or not, but I reckon Gundam's voice acting, of all the characters in the entire franchise, is the best. Gundam has the best voice actor. I think his voice/personality was better than all the others. I think his voice acting was just impeccable. It was so good. I was impressed, actually, by how good it was. So massive props to his voice actor. He, like, vibed with the character so hard. She was hung and crushed with Monokid, so no. Ah, okay. So just barely. Yeah, you're right then. I think, okay. Gundam also had his thing with animals. He had his hamsters, the Dark Devas of Destruction. Is 9.5 thousand PP good? In what context? What do you mean? Like as total PP? Yeah, that's like really good. What do you mean? I would say, with his personality, and especially the way he went out, which I'll kind of avoid saying because I don't want to spoil anything. Spoil too much here. I don't want to say too much. He was definitely one of the better characters. I liked him quite a lot. I think he was one of my favorites in Danganronpa 2 as well. Like, his whole personality and the case where, you know, he met his demise. I think he was definitely a really, really fun and a character that I quite liked a lot. Similar in a lot of ways to Sakura, actually, but more so than that. I wouldn't say he was a loved character necessarily, but he was a high up in this liked tier. Probably the highest, actually. I think he's the character now that tops the liked tier, but doesn't make it to this tier yet. I don't think he makes it quite that high. But I did like him quite a lot. I think everything about him was really cool. The way he vibed with all the other characters, and how suspicious he was in a lot of ways, and how dark and mysterious he acted, and how he played into his kind of trope all the way to the end. He was respectable as well. Honorable character. He had a lot of honor. That's like a word I would use to describe him, actually. And that's probably why he's similar to Sakura. These characters are both very honorable characters, I think. So mad respect. He was definitely the top here. And the case that I think when we were in that fucking tower in Danganronpa 2, that annoyed me. That tower was so stupid. That was boring in some circumstances, but his case was cool. Like, his case was cool. Ouiji's Global 2K and he fucking spears with Mario. Yeah, Ouiji is nuts. He's so good. He's so good. Who does bottom left in like they look scary? You mean this person? Fat Byakuya? He's cool. He effectively sacrificed himself for us. He was a sick character. I love him, dude. And he was interesting as well, even after he died. There was just like, he was really interesting, really fast. But I think that's where I put Gundam. Gundam is top of liked. A top tier liked character. How do they not? Oh man, all these characters are so good. No, actually not all of them. Sonya, never mind. Did I dislike her, or was she just... I think I might have disliked her a little bit. She was a boring character to the point where I just didn't like her that much. Was she bad? She wasn't that bad. But I don't think I liked her all that much. I think there wasn't a lot to her. And she kind of bored me a little bit. She was another character that I kind of forgot existed a little bit. But not to the point where I was disappointed, because she was present in a lot of the cases. But, you know, I didn't hate her, I just didn't like her. I probably disliked her a little bit. Just plain. Yeah, she was like, okay, you know how I was complaining about Tsumugi a little bit? I think the complaints I had about Tsumugi as a character kind of fit with Sonya a little bit as well. I kind of disliked her. I think she was just... I don't think she was that interesting. I wasn't that invested in her. She had good moments, to be fair. She had moments where I did like her. But most of the time I was just kind of like... But enough that I didn't like her that much. So I'd probably just slot her somewhere in here. And you know what, actually... We're gonna spread these out a little bit. I think these characters I'll probably put in disliked. Because I don't think I really like these characters that much. I think I'll probably slot them in like this. I think that's a bit more fair. Because these characters, I think, from Makura onwards, feel different to the bears. I don't think I like any of the bears that much at all. To me, were traits about her that were intentional. Yeah, true. Like I said, you know, like, it's intended that Monika is meant to be not a very liked character. But you could like her for those reasons anyway. Like, you could like her character despite those things. And what we found out about her. But I think I'll plop these characters down and I'll slot these like this. I think this is probably fair. Probably. We might kind of do a little bit of rearranging. But I think this is mostly okay. I think this fits a little bit better. I think all the bears should kind of be in this tier. So while I dislike these more than these guys, I think I kind of disliked all the bears in general. The only ones who escape are like probably Shirokuma a little bit and Monomi. I think those ones make it out. They do not fall to the these felt more contrived. Well, whereas Monomi didn't yet. But they were like doing their, you know, they upped the cloned Monokumas like way too hard. You know, none of them they just don't stack up to the original, unfortunately. Who's just really, really good. Monokuma's cool. These are gonna be hard characters. Let's do you. I'm forgetting their names, man. I'm forgetting their names. Too many characters. What was his name again? The ultimate personal trainer? Out of curiosity, were there things about Shuichi you did like? Yes, I liked his character development. I think he grew as a character. So I liked that. If he didn't grow from his, like, shy self to a slightly more confident detective who believed that he could bring about hope, then he'd be down here. But he did believe in himself, you know, and he did grow as a character, so I'll put him here. I think I disliked him at the beginning, but he grew to have things that I liked about him, so it ends up here. Nekomaru, that's right. He's gonna take a shit! He was a cool character. His dynamic with Akane was really fun. And he was kind of a weird character. But as much as I did like Akane, I think he doesn't quite make it to the same tier as her. Because Akane just weakly makes it into here. I think Nekomaru was just cool and funny, but I didn't have much more of a strong liking than that. I don't think he quite makes it to the level of like Fuyuhiko, Akane, and like Mikan, for example. I think he's just a tiny bit below that. More so than even, like, the MC. I think I like the MC more than him. And he'll, like, in all honesty, I think Kirumi makes it a little bit higher than him. Or does she? No, I don't think she does. I think he's squarely here. I think he just barely is outshone by Hajime. I think he makes it... He's, like, the gatekeeper of the liked tier. If you're better than Hajime, in my eyes, you make it into liked. Kinda is cool. I wonder why Kinda is liked, huh? What are you saying, Chris? How much does the average introvert weigh? Yo, 4, how's it going? How much? Well, okay, be honest though. Did you expect Himiko to make it up here? I bet you none of you did. I bet nobody thought she would be up here. I think maybe somebody, you guys would have thought she would be like here, but who honestly thought she would make it past Celeste? Let's be real. I did, lol, I did. She does. Fair. Nice eyes. Not enough to break the ice. That's so funny, actually. Oh, dude, these are gonna be good characters now. I think there's not gonna be a lot that we dislike. I think left. We'll see. I expected you to like her. I knew she would be loved, probably not that high though. Yeah, I thought loved or enamored. I really liked her character towards the end. She like soared. The stock for Himiko like rocketed towards the end. I think. Let's do. Hold on. Let's skip to some like slightly more. Let's skip the lullaby music. Let's do piano. Piano's good. Beat this 3.8-star map. Let's go. Good luck. Let's do. Toko that's a heavy one because she's in like multiple games. We'll come back to Toko in a second. Let's do. She's the only Danganronpa 1 character remaining, right? We got Danganronpa 1, Danganronpa 2. We got something from 3. We got Kyoko in Danganronpa 1, Chiaki from 2, Gonta from 3. Let's do another 3 character. Let's do Gonta. Now, Gonta is a character that I was enamored with at the beginning. Well, I say enamored with. I liked Gonta a lot. He was definitely in loved tier a lot of the time, I think, when he was bumping up and down. Like, I was loving Gonta a lot. There were times when he was like a little bit here. Maybe he popped into enamored tier a little bit here and there. But I like Gonta a lot. He was definitely a very cool character. He had a lot of good moments, and I think the way he was tricked in the end, and the way his execution and trial went down was like heart-wrenching, man. I felt so bad, dude. His introduction really got you. Gonta's death was. It was. He was a character I liked a lot. I really liked Gonta throughout. He was a very highlight character. Of all the characters that I've played, he easily beats all the indifferent tier. He beats. I think. Let's think about this. Does he beat all the characters in light tier? I would say, for me, he almost does. He is probably, and I haven't figured out exactly where he's going to be. For me, he's on a similar level by the end of his, by the end of the game. Rests at a similar level to these other 2 characters. To Gundam and Kokichi. These 2 characters I liked a lot. And I think Gonta in the end, Gonta, similar names. They reach a similar level. I don't think that I would put him on the same level as Kamaru. I don't think he quite makes it to that tier. Even though there were parts in the game where he would have. I think by the end of it, I would probably have to slot him... if I had to pick, I would put him below Kokichi. But only just barely. I did like Kokichi... Because... Keep in mind, with Gonta's trial, I would have put him higher, I think. But Kokichi himself, his character had a depth that we didn't find out about until afterwards that I think really brought up his stock. Barry Gonta's ultimate talent, the ultimate entomologist. He's like an insect dude, right? Is that the right word for it? Entomologist? He was like doing the insect stuff. The insect studier. So he's definitely up here. I think he beats Monokuma for me. Not by that much. And then he doesn't beat Kokichi again. Yo, play Hayden. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. When shall a boy enter love tier? That's the question. When shall a boy enter love tier? Do you have a bet on who it's gonna be? How many boys do we even have left? We have Nagito, we have Kaito, and that's it. There aren't that many. There's no boys left. Those are the only 2. So your chances are low at this point. Question is, who's gonna enter enamored tier? Will anyone make it to enamored tier? To find out after these messages. Nagito. It's gonna be Nagito. Yumizuri likes Nagito. I wonder who was around for when I was playing the game. To remember how I felt about Nagito. Alrighty. There are not a whole lot of characters left. I love Nagito so much. Nagito was really, really cool. Nagito was cool. But I don't think you love him, sadly. Where do you think I would put him, Yumizu? Around for Danganronpa 2 and 3? You were around for Nagito then. He was around in UDG as well. His presence in UDG helped him for me. I think his presence in UDG was actually cool. I liked seeing him in UDG as the servant the whole time. But we'll get to him. We'll get to him. Let's rank who's less impactful out of these characters. We've got a few that I think leave slightly less of an impact, but all these characters are cool. How about we'll do Miyu and then we'll do Tenko next. We'll get some V3 characters popping. When you're playing Danganronpa 1, that was when I still thought Danganronpa 1 was a cringe weeb game, or the Danganronpa series as a whole. That's fair, that's fair. Say, like or indifferent for a Nagi boy. Ooh, okay. Alright, Miyu. Let's do Miyu. So I'll start everybody, I'm starting everybody here to start with, so we can make a case. Miyu was immediately a really fun character. She said her, first 2 lines, and I was already like, okay, she's fun. I like her. She's cool. And from then on, her case only got stronger. She made, the rest of the cast, uncomfortable, said stuff that made me, worried about my Twitch channel getting banned. She was great. She was a lot of fun. She was a really fun character. All the way to the end. And mischievous, too. The fact that she was planning a murder was, kind of cool. Obviously, people planning murders is not something that I obviously mind, necessarily, right? That's not, that's not a thing that'll make you pop down on the list. But she was pretty fun. She was quite cool. As far as how much I liked her character, I would personally put Miyu higher in this liked list than a lot of these characters. Mahiru is again that cutoff point that I think she makes it over. I think she passes Mahiru. And even Angie. She makes it quite up. I just like her dynamic with Kibo a lot. The two of them are they're in my mind, they're really similar. They're a pair that come together. And I like them a lot. For me, she beats Ryoma by a little bit. And I think she makes it here. Would I put her above Kibo? Probably not. I think Kibo I like more as a character than Miyu, but not by very much. But it's kind of fitting that they're slotted next to each other like this, because I like them really similarly. Just seeing them together made me very happy. The two of them together boosted each other's places in this list by a chunk. So I think the two of them are higher than they would be if they were just individually in their own games. For example, if Kibo was in V3 and then Miyu was in 2, then they'd probably be lower down. But together, because they had their interactions, that made it a lot more fun. I think they were really fun. Was fan service but an amazingly crafted character with a unique personality in the series? Yeah, she was really, really fun. I liked every scene she was in was always super fun. And Kibo, I think, only outshines Miyu a little bit towards the end. When his antenna broke and he had his own moment and then everything that happened in the end, that shoots him up way higher. Otherwise, Kibo would be a bit lower. But Kibo is higher because of the end there. Miyu made it higher earlier, I think. But Kibo ended up one spot higher on the list, I think. You're mostly climbing that troubles. But nice, let's go. Damn, we are running the character list down. We're running it down. Hydrate, we're gonna do a hydrate. We're gonna need to go to the toilet after this list. Speaking of, probably after we do this tier list, or maybe before, but definitely at some point, before we do the case list, I'm gonna go to the toilet as well. Let's get Kaito done. Kaito is an important character. Let's leave him a little bit later. We'll do Kaito a little bit closer to the end. Just a little bit closer. There's a few characters I want to do it further on, and a few characters I want to do closer. There's for example, I think we should do Tenko earlier, we should do Toka earlier, we should do Chiaki earlier as well. Maybe Ibuki, maybe Pekka, maybe Tsumugi. I kind of put him around. Because our class I'm running in Calamity. Are you running Ranger? I'm really guessing because you were showing me a Boomerang before, but I could be wrong. Let's do Ibuki or Pekka. I did like these characters a lot. I'm gonna leave Ibuki and Pekka a little bit. Just a little bit. I'm gonna tease him a little bit. But we'll do Tenko next, because Tenko is a character I liked a lot as well. Boomerang? Oh, did I say Boomerang? I meant, Bo, not Boomerang. Pardon me. Yo, how's it going? It's Ouiji's. Alright. Tenko. Character that I was very clear about from the beginning. I don't have to start off here. We already know that I liked her at least a little bit, right? Obviously, I wasn't indifferent towards Tenko. She was pretty fun. She had a lot of, character moments that were pretty hilarious. She made me laugh quite a bit. And that's always a good sign. If a character makes me laugh, that's boosting them, right? If a character's making me chuckle, then I'm gonna be having fun. Like, a lot of these characters that are in the like tier had either very memorable moments, or I was emotionally invested in them in some way, or they made me laugh, or there was something about their personality that I really jived with, right? Those are like good qualities. Tenko had a lot of them. She's a high tier character. She's very, very good. I liked her quite a lot, even though she had her like character flaws or whatever. I liked her even more for it. So I would probably place her fairly high up. How high up would I place her? Probably higher than Kibo. She was a character that I liked quite a lot. I think Tenko was really, really fun. I know other people don't like her quite as much sometimes, but I think her dynamic and her lines and stuff, like, if a character makes me laugh, that's a big thing. So I was, you know, charmed by her, like, hilarious comments. And how devoted she was to Himiko was, like, kind of adorable. And her last moments as well really kind of just cemented her spot pretty high up. Hey, yo, Kung Fu! Been watching the VOD from yesterday because that last trial of you, yeah, it was long. Also, welcome, Kung Fu, to the tier list of the Century. Hope you're doing well. So, Tenko up here. Tenko up here... She probably... Actually... No, I'll put her one spot below Kibo and Miu. I think Kibo and Miu just barely beat Tenko. Tenko is really good though. I think I put her above Ryoma. So that's where she stands. She's very highly liked. She makes it to the... just barely to the upper half of the liked tier, which is growing quite big. I don't know if we should split the tiers a little bit, but I think it's fine for now. These are getting, like, they're gonna be crowded, but there's a lot of characters. So definitely liked her quite a lot. Find out why she hates men. Is it something to do with her backstory? I'd imagine it's like a backstory-related incident, right? But alright, let's do Chiaki next. A fan favorite. One that I think, if I had to guess, Yumizu, you would probably put in loved or enamored if you were ranking Chiaki. Along with your boy, Nagito. Now, Chiaki is an interesting character, and a very fun one, and I had a lot of good time with her in the game when we were hanging out. Rest of her own Aikido master's teachings. Oh, okay. That I didn't know. That's cool. Now, Chiaki, a benchmark for me was initially Mikan, because initially, Mikan I liked it quite a lot, and I liked Mikan more than Chiaki. But after Mikan's trial, Chiaki was higher than that. Because of his anti-romance stance, he also wanted her to not get close to the boys. Ah, okay, that makes sense, So, to agree with most of your stated conclusions about V3, it does have some of my favorite characters. It's the longest game. The ending would have been better if they had committed to pissing someone off instead of trying to please everyone. Exactly, yeah. That's my big thing. If they had committed to pissing off one side, I would have respected it. Even if I had hated what ending they chose, then I would have respected it. But the fact that they, like, did this whole... let's undo it, kind of, just to be safe, I don't like that. I don't like it when media doesn't commit to, like, the ending that it's trying to show. Because they were, like, shitting super hard on the Danganronpa fanbase a little bit, and I was like, you know, I vibe with that, that's fun. I like it when games do that. But not if you're gonna kinda undo it and leave a bit of an open, you know, an open door and be like, well, actually, we want you to buy the next game if we make it, kind of, you know. So that definitely dampened it a bit, but I still like the game the most, I think. But that ending, I should say, doesn't detract from how fun the cases were, because I think V3 had some really good cases. But alright, Chiaki. So obviously she's going somewhere in liked tier. Now the question is, I like her more than Mikan. How much more do I like her than Mikan? She was cool throughout, and she got... Now, here's an extra thing. As indifferent as I may be to the anime, like the anime-only content, because I'll be straightforward, I think the anime-only content is something that you can skip quite easily. There is a little bit of extra stuff that you could watch that'll give more content, more context to some of the events surrounding the rest of the games. I think you can kind of skip it and not miss out on much, but you do get a bit more Chiaki. There is a lot more Chiaki content in the anime, and I think that bumps her up a little bit as well. So if you like Chiaki, then watching the anime might be worth it just because you get a little bit more Chiaki stuff. Now, she beats Mikan. Question is, who else does she beat? Does she beat Kotoko? These characters, all the way up through here. Ryoma as well, of course. Did she beat Tenko? Yes. Did I like her more than Kibo and Miu? Yeah, of course. I think she easily beats these two characters. Did I like her more than Sakura? Yeah, I think so. She was quite cool. Do I like her more than Monokuma? Yeah, I'd say so. I think she was quite a cool presence in the game, and quite mysterious as well. all the way up until her big twist and reveal. How far does that stretch? Did I like her more than Gonta? I think I did, yeah. I think Gonta was a cool character, but there was a lot to Chiaki that I think made her more interesting as a character, which I gravitate towards. Did I like her more than Kokichi, though? And I think this is where we probably run into some similar characters. Her character, in a way, had a lot of mystery to her. And I like characters that have some mystery. Now, they don't have to be totally mysterious, obviously. Not every character is like a complete mystery pile, you know? They're just there might be characters that I just really like. Chiaki was a gamer girl. It's cool. It's bonus points. But I don't think necessarily that outshines absolutely everybody in the liked tier. She's quite high in this tier, and she probably makes it up to this point, I think. Kokichi was just so weird and demented that I think as a character, I just like him more than Chiaki. I think it's going to be hard to, like, get out of liked tier past these guys, because these guys are quite high up on, like, characters that I like. So Chiaki probably makes it up to this point and then stops here. Don't read then. Shenmue was worth it either way because it's good. It's boring, lol. Okay, good for you, yes. Don't read it then, lol. I mean, look, I'll just say what I think about it. You're free to have your own opinion. Everybody will have their own opinions, you know? I have some hot takes in here about how I think he's like a good and bad character. Some hot takes that people may not agree with, you know? There's a few things that'll upset some people. But the anime, I think, is like... if you like Chiaki, you'll get something out of it, but... yeah, that's about it. Why not love Chiaki? I just think she doesn't make it to this tier. Like, I like her a lot, but I don't love her, you know? Like, I didn't really love Gundam, I didn't love Kokichi, and I don't think she outshines how much I like these characters. There's a lot to her character that I did like, and I strongly like her as well. But love is a very strong... this is a hard category to get into. This is like an elite university. To get into is really hard. It is hard to make it into here. Now, you're the choices. You have your opinions, yeah. She's definitely one of the better characters, I think. But I don't love her. There were moments that I loved, and that I was enamored with. I think there were really good moments, but overall, her entire character taken into account, I think she sits about here. Loved anything in my life, so I understand. Well, I love these four characters so far. So far, these four reach the loved tier. I think the most surprising ranking is probably the Himiko one. Guessing from the outside perspective, because she wasn't this high for like a long time. I disagree with one, maybe two. Oh, that's surprising, actually. But I guess when you play through the games, you'll have to see. Alright. There's not a lot of characters left. This is fun. Okay. Now, let's do, I think, our second, or, well, kind of second last. We only have 3 characters left. We only have 3 characters left in the Danganronpa 1 tier, or like layer of characters. There's only 3 characters left that are Danganronpa 1 characters. We've got Genocide Jack, we've got Toko. Now, we should probably start with Toko because we kind of meet her first. So I think Toko is kind of important to go with. So let's start with Toko. Let's put her here and let's go from here. Alright, so Toko is an important character. She is there for a lot of the franchise. She's there in the first game for a huge chunk of it. She's there in UDG for the entire game. She's a main character, arguably. She's the what's the word? The deuteragonist? I don't know if that's the right word. Yeah, she's a deuteragonist. See, this is a big word that I remembered. The secondary main character. The second most important character after the protagonist and before the tritagonist. So she's the deuteragonist of UDG. Yo, Rockcool, how's it going? Good to see you. Welcome, Rockcool. How are you doing? How have you been? So she has a lot of content outside of the first game. If we're just talking about Toko in game number 1, nothing in any of the other games, game number 1 only, she would probably be in indifferent tier. I'm not gonna lie. She'd be in indifferent tier somewhere because I initially didn't like her that much. I didn't like Toko as a character all that much. She kind of annoyed me quite a bit when I first met her, and she grew on me in the first game. And that's where she got to. However, the best thing that I can say about UDG is that she went from being in this position to way into the liked tier. She became such a cool character in UDG. She really, like, jumped levels in here. To the point where I would probably put her quite high up. you get a lot of character development and a lot of relationship building with Kamaru and Toko in the second game. I mean, in the second game, in UDG. Like, a lot. And a lot of that content, I think you can't really brush aside. The best thing and the biggest thing that you can take from UDG as a game is the relationship that these two characters have. And there's a lot of development. I would personally put her, because of all of that, not into the love tier. Getting into the love tier is very hard. I don't think I would love her character, but she would jump quite high up. How high would I put her? Probably here, I think. I think she beats Gonta. I would... Actually, you know what? I think she would beat Chiaki a little bit. And Kokichi as well, I think maybe not. But I think I would put her here. She's very, very highly liked. I liked her quite a lot. UDG did so much for her character that the first game helped in doing. Her character grew a lot from being low in the dislike tier to being high up in the like tier. But to get to this point, you have to experience UDG. Her name was Seiko Kimura? Wait, whose was? Learned a new word, thanks Baronade. Hey, I'm glad. It's very rare that I teach somebody a new word. That like never happens. Actor's point of view and bring magic. Sorry to see her, is it? Her character was portrayed really well in her descent to murder after being betrayed and manipulated. Girl with the face mask. Oh, right. The girl with the face mask. Oh, was that in the anime? Oh, the one with the anime, which I've seen. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Personally, like, I put all the anime characters, like, these are unranked, kind of. These ones are ranked, and all the anime characters are together, and then, like, this one's ranked as well. If I had to put these in some sort of order, like, if you want to be, like, really, really, really accurate, if you want to, like, order these somehow, then, like, we can do this. This actually probably fits. Yeah, something like this. I think something like that. If to be accurate, but I'll put them like this. Seiko Kimura, this one, yeah. You're thinking about this one. She was, yeah. I mean, look, I wasn't like super, like attached to the anime at all. So the anime only characters, unfortunately, all make it into that tier for me. But that's also, you know, this tier itself can be like a bit of a hot take. All right. Genocide Jack time. Let's go. Let's go. So, for those of you who don't know, she's the, like, alter ego, effectively, of Toko. Now, is she as good as Toko? In a lot of ways, yes, but she's also a very different character on her own. Mass murderer, she's quite a lot of fun in the context of the games, and even in UDG, she's kind of a riot. She stirs the pot a little bit. If we're only looking at if we're only looking at the first game, then while Toko would have been an indifferent, I think Genocide Jack might have actually made it to liked tier. I think Genocide Jack is an interesting enough character, and like they obviously play into each other, right? These two characters are very much like, in a lot of the ways they're interconnected in ways where like a lot of the other character couples wouldn't be. Like as much as I love Kiba and Miyu together, they're not as attached as these two would be, just because they're, you know, they inhabit the same body. As far as where I would put Genocide Jack, would I put her as high as Toko? Just because of what we see with Toko, like she also, in Genocide Jack's form, goes through a lot of character development. Like, that can't be understated. She's like two characters in one, and both of them go through their own development throughout the series. Which is kind of crazy to say that, right? You usually expect like, oh, maybe she goes through development, and this crazy side just stays crazy forever, and it's just all the time. But it's not like that, right? She has her own semi-distinct personality. That's quite a contrast to Toko's, and she also goes through her own development. Way more so in UDG as well. UDG is like so much for like, well, you're a UDG only character, but for Toko especially, this is like Toko's like shining masterpiece. To the point where there's some scenes that I think are like amazing, that I really, really like. And I would probably put her above Toko as well. I think Genocide Jack, well, I think I put her above before anyway, but she really develops as well. Like both of these sides of her character are carried in UDG. UDG just does so much for these two. That's like the masterpiece where these two are just shining. That's like the best thing you can get out of UDG. Forgetting like the missions or the gameplay or whatever, the best thing about that game is that these characters are the shining like stars of it, right? These two, they carry so hard the rest of the game. If we didn't have such good characters carrying the game forward, UDG would have been a mess. It would have been boring, uninteresting. These guys like make it so... I was really invested purely because of these 3 characters, right? And they are 3 characters, even though it's only 2 bodies, right? These 3 were like just a trio that were unimaginably hilarious together. That tongue, though. She's got like the Gene Simmons tongue. Genocide Jackson when she bursts through the window is badass. She just has such good moments, dude. UDG just does so much for these 2 characters. And then, you know, introduces Kamara as well. So, very, very highly liked. Not quite as much as Kokichi, but she's very high up there. Kokichi is like only... Like, these are almost interchangeable, these 3. Like, they're so close together, these 3. And then Gundam is like a little bit higher above. But I think they probably slot around here. You could probably put Kokichi like here or here, and he kind of still fits either way. Togo does have a bit more development, but I think I'll put Kokichi here, just because he's a little bit more conniving than, like, you know, Genocide Jack would have been. But alright, we've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We only have 9 characters left. 9 characters left, and we still haven't gotten anybody in Enamored tier. Will anybody make it up here? That's the real question. It's the real question. Who have we got left? We've got Kyoko, we've got Tsumugi, we've got Junko as her own character, we've got Ibuki, Peko, Kaito, Kaede, Nagito, and Maki. All good. These are all, like, characters that I had strong feelings about. I had strong feelings about all of these characters. Kyoko, would Junko also be considered as Danganronpa character since she died in Danganronpa 1? I'm gonna be doing it this way. Junko is the... Okay, this Junko right here is the Junko in the fictional universe, right? This Junko is going to be the Junko that we get in Danganronpa 1 and 2. This Tsumugi is going to be the Tsumugi that is also the Junko in V3. So, that's how we're gonna slice them up. I'm not gonna say that this Junko is the average of all the Junkos, because that wouldn't really make sense. It's not quite the same as Monokuma, who's basically like just a robot, right? This Junko is going to be the one that's actually the real Junko, quote-unquote, the real Junko, and then this Tsumugi is going to be the one we see the whole way through the game, right? This Junko is not going to be the V3 Junko. So that's going to be Tsumugi's role, which is how it is in Game 3, right? They don't overlap like that anyway. But that's how I'm going to rank him, I think, just for clarity's sake, so that we know where we're heading. Let's do Kyoko. These characters are all going to be hard. These are all going to be hard. We have to do a lot of, like, soul searching to put these characters in good spots. And especially because, like, my thoughts and feelings at the time when we played the game / finished the first or second game or whatever, now everything is, like, in context. So everything is going to be now crystallized into this tier list, right? So now we're ranking everything. Kyoko, let's do her. Let's do her character. She is a very important character in the franchise. Sorry, Mr. Wa. Hey, look, it's going to be your own responsibility. If anybody wants to avoid any spoilers, it's going to be... I'm just going to say now, you know, obviously there's going to be spoilers in this, just be careful. We're also going to be ranking the trials in every single one of the games, so Mr. Y, you might want to skip this tier list when we do that. But, Kyoko, alright? Obviously, I don't have to say that she's not going to be in a different tier, right? Let's just start her off here, and we'll talk about her from here. She's a character that's introduced in the first game. Very mysterious. We don't know all that much about her, and she's kind of aloof. But eventually we find out a lot more about her, and grow attached, and she does become a very, very important character. Not only the game, but both our main protagonist, right? Where are we? And just us as a player, right? There's a lot of, like, plot points that are integral, that are intertwined with her character story that we find out about. And overall, she's just a very compelling character. There's a lot of stuff that happens in the first game that's really intense, and a lot of it involves Kyoko. I think she becomes pretty integral in a lot of ways. Not just to, like, us, you know, when we're playing or whatever, but in general, she's very intertwined with the story of Danganronpa 1. More so than that, she's just a cool character. Like, hanging out with her was really, really fun. I enjoyed all of, like, the little character segments we got. Every time we learned a bit more about her, she was really, really cool. Really, really good character. I liked her a lot. No complaints about her whatsoever. So where do I slot her? Where do we put her? After all I've said about her, I don't have any complaints, basically. Is she better than, let's say, like, half these liked characters? Yeah, easily. Easily. No contest whatsoever. Is she better than Tenko, Miyu? Do I like her more than these characters? Do I like her more than Monokuma? Yeah, easily. More than Chiaki? Yeah, I like her more than Chiaki. More than Toko? It's a bit hard call, but yeah, I think I like her more than Toko. Do I like her more than Kokichi? I think so, yeah. I think she beats Kokichi in terms of how much I like her. She's cool. Does she beat Gundam? Gundam was a character I really liked. I think she beat Gundam. But how much more do I like her than Gundam? How much better than Gundam is she in my heart? In my heart of heart. In my deep, deep soul. I think she pushes past this tier. I think she makes it out of liked. That's not too much of a surprise. We all knew that I loved Kyoko. I think everybody loves Kyoko. She's a very hard character to not love. Especially after you kind of get more insight into her towards the end of the game. Do I like her more than Kamaru? It's getting a bit hard. It's hard to say. Kamaru was a very good protagonist. We got to spend a lot of time with Kamaru. But I think she does. She does beat Kamaru. I think Kamaru is outshone a little bit by Kyoko. Just a little bit. Do I like her more than Aoi? Aoi is a character I really, really liked. And for me personally, I don't think she does. While I do love Kyoko, I think she does not beat Aoi, Celeste, or Himiko. She was a character that was really, really cool, and I loved everything about her. Every time we found out more information about her, I was always on the edge of my seat, especially towards the end of the game. She made it so much more enjoyable, and hooked me on the Danganronpa franchise like none of the other characters really would have. But I think she slots right here, just above Kamaru. But just below these other two characters. Danganronpa 1 actually had some solid characters here. While there were characters I didn't like in Danganronpa 1, you know, these guys made it really high up. Do you remember the anime? I do remember the anime, but I think even with the anime taken into consideration, because Aoi was still in the anime, right? Don't forget that, right? Aoi got extra stuff in the anime as well. These two were both in the anime. Does Mikana get bonus points for reviving her? Yeah, she already did though. Mikana's already here. She has been boosted from the indifferent tier to the liked tier. She was in here earlier, but no, I boosted her up. I am taking into account the anime as well, so there's a lot of extra content that I want to put up. So they get boosted by that. I always boosted by the anime content as well a little bit. Better in every way than Aoi in the anime. You could say that, sure, but I really, really liked Aoi as a character. She was just very strong. Yeah, it's so good. But I think Kyoko makes a solid spot for herself right here. I think this is where she slots. Kind of surprising that Himiko is this high up, sure, but I like these characters just a little bit more than Kyoko. Not by much, you know, this is a high tier to get into, right? This is an elite exclusive club. But who will make it into the enamored tier? Will anybody make it into there? It's kind of hard to say. What to say? She literally held a Nagi on her back and ran. She did. She made a strong case for herself in the anime, but I think that's where she would end up for me. That's where I think I would plop her. Now. These two are the villains, right? These are the villains of the game. Let's do the villains next. Alright, the main antagonists, right, of Danganronpa 1 and 2, and then of Danganronpa V3. Let's do V3 first. Alright? I'll put her here. She's better than the Monokubs. But overall, I think I kind of disliked Tsumugi. She was kind of... I think I already said it before. I complained about her more than most of the other characters. I think as a character, up until the ending, she was very weak. Her twist as being like the cosplaying Junko and stuff was cool. And it made me like her a little bit more. It probably saved her from being here, or maybe even here, potentially. Although here is probably unlikely. Maybe more like somewhere around lower disliked. I think she, at best, improves to higher disliked. And she maybe is kind of meant to be. She is the antagonist of the story, so she isn't really meant to be like a character that you love, but at the same time, there's other antagonists that I did think were really, really cool, and that I did like quite a lot. As far as Tsumugi is concerned, she was uninteresting to me for like 90% of the game. Maybe even 95% of the game. Until she was the bad guy at the very end, and then I was like, oh, okay, this is a cool twist. The twist itself, and everything that we found out at the end of V3, that was all cool. I loved V3 as a game, but Tsumugi, I think, could have been more interesting throughout, up until that point. It was just kind of, like, you know, the twist happened, and I thought the twist was cool, but Tsumugi as a character was uninteresting for most of it. They made her uninteresting purpose, right? Yeah, but the consequences of that is that she ends up here. Order of her as indifferent, probably? Yeah, that's fair. I think I probably dislike her. I think there's... I don't know, I just complained about her too much, and she wasn't strong enough up to the... like, anywhere before the point where she became the antagonist, pretty much. Just uninteresting to me. But, hey, that's just how she was, you know? On the other side of things, right, and this is including her Junko appearance and whatever, right, she became Junko, that's all factored in. That's all factored in, that's why she's at the top of the dislike list, and not any lower. Now, Junko. Where am I going to put the antagonist of Danganronpa 1 and Danganronpa 2? Danganronpa 1, and even Danganronpa 2, to a maybe slightly lesser extent, were very interesting in the way they handled Junko. Especially in the first game, with the twist that they kind of threw at you. And the way it was kind of revealed, and the way that you found out that Junko was behind everything, was really, really cool. Where would I put her? Surprised she isn't bottom of indifferent. Junko, you mean? Or are you talking about her? I think I disliked her, probably. But she was... that's mainly because she was kind of boring throughout. Like, I was more interested in this character than I was in this character, for example, right? So that's like a kind of indicator. If I'm like... uninterested and bored by your presence a little bit, that's like a bad sign, I think. So that's why I would put her there. But Junko, on the other hand, right? Junko, I think, was a cool and very interesting character. So much so that Tsumugi, I mean, literally copied her. But how interesting was Junko as an antagonist? Pretty cool. Was she more or less interesting than Monokuma? Probably more, right? Probably more, because she's an interesting villain. There's a lot to her that we found out and discovered throughout both games, right? In Danganronpa 1 especially, I liked her a lot. In Danganronpa 2, the way we found out about her existence was quite cool still. Now, obviously, Tsumugi in the third game is not Junko, so this Junko is Junko from 1 and 2. How much did I like her? I did like her more than Monokuma. Did I find her more interesting than Gonta? Unfortunately, probably not. I would probably slot her just barely above Monokuma. They are intertwined in a lot of ways because they are similar. I mean, she runs the Monokumas as well, so this shouldn't be too surprising. But I would put her about here. I don't think she's any more interesting or more... I don't think I like her any more than I do Monokuma necessarily. And they are quite closely tied in my head. But I do think her being... the way she was revealed in Danganronpa 1 and everything was really, really cool. Like, I think she's a very cool character, and I like her quite a lot. I think Junko was an awesome antagonist. So I leave her there. And with that, we're left with our 6 last characters. These are all gonna be hard, dude. These are all gonna be hard. Oh, I had strong feelings about all of these. These are hard. We left hard ones for last. Or at least hard ones that I cared about, you know, because I think you guys know kind of how I felt about some of the characters. Now, the question is, where do we put everybody? We could start off with Kaede, because we've been avoiding her for a little bit. Best characters, married, pee break. We could do a pee break. Or do we stop? You know what we do? We could stop for a pee break for the top 5. I'll rate Kaede, and then we'll rate the rest of these, alright? Because I think these are ones that people want to know. People want to know. They're like, I remember you liked Ibuki a lot. How do you feel about her now? Maki's really cool. Kaito was pretty important in the last game. Nagato is like a fan favorite. And Pekka is just... I left her here for some reason. How's Kaede gonna do? How's Kaede gonna do? Let's move her in. Let's talk about this. Let's discuss Kaede before we go on a pee break. So, Kaede was a really cool character. I was really excited when she looked like she was gonna be the MC. So let's slot her in liked tier first, and let's talk about her. Obviously I'm not indifferent. we obviously know that I'm not indifferent to this character. We all know that I like Kaede a lot, right? I liked her a lot from her first case, and she was really cool. But for not having enough character, well, we'll talk about it, I liked everything about her. I liked her personality. I vibed with her super hard. She was proactive, optimistic, positive. She was a go-getter. I liked her personality. I vibed with super hard. She was also a pianist, which is pretty cool. I play piano. She plays piano. So that's an extra 0.1% to her character. And I liked her quite a lot. However, there are still problems. Obviously, her dying in the very first case and never reappearing means that she unfortunately, just like, well, Celeste has this issue as well, Kaede has this issue as well, and I brought it up before, and they suffer from the same issue. For different reasons. Kaede was there for such a short time, and Celeste just never got any because her motives never changed or anything like that. But Kaede, I don't think, really got any development at all. She was a catalyst for Shuichi's character development, which brought him up, I think, a little bit. So that's good, right? Shuichi developed a lot, and he had Kaede in his... Oh, sorry, not Kaede. Kaede in his heart as like a sort of shining beacon, which he used to motivate himself and grow from that. But Kaede herself, I don't think you can really make a strong argument that she developed at all. As much as I liked her, right? She kind of started... She ended the same way she started. The only thing that you kind of found out is that she... like, killed the mastermind, but you could kind of feel that was something she was gonna do. It wasn't, like, out of character for her. So, the question is, how do I feel about her in the context of everything? And I'm not gonna lie, okay, I still love her. I think she's awesome, right? So, obviously I love her. We know that I like this character a lot, right? I vibe with her super, super hard. We never get to find out any more about her. But now the question is, where does she slot into this list of loved characters? Because obviously, like, I really, really jive with her. But I did say something at one point, briefly, in one of the games. Oh, sorry, in one of the VODs, I think. And I don't know who really remembered it, or who listened to it, but she was a character that I really liked quite a lot throughout the entire game. But was she my most liked V3 character? Unfortunately, no. She wasn't my most liked V3 character. Did I like her more than Kamaru in the end? After all had been said and done? Thinking about it, as much as I liked her, as much as I fawned over her initially, it's hard to say, but probably no. But that brings up the question then, does she belong in this tier? Did I really, really love her character in the end? As much as I was in love with it at the beginning? No. Unfortunately, I don't think she makes it out of liked tier. I think she's my most liked character, but unfortunately, with everything said and done, as much as I was initially a fan, and I put all my money into her stock, I don't think she makes it out of here. I don't think she beats Kamaru, actually. Because these characters, even like Celeste, you might be like, what, Celeste beat her? But there was unfortunately less to her than all of these other characters individually. All of these characters are much stronger than her. Because as much as I do love her, or like her, she is weaker as a character than a lot of these other ones. She has these superficial personality traits which I vibe with super hard, and that's why she's super high up and highly weighted. But she doesn't make it into this love tier. And in fact, I think Gundam is actually a better character. Because he did have development, and he was cool, and he stood up for a lot of things, and Kaede just didn't make it very far. These characters are all just like... Celeste, I think, is the character with no development that is the strongest out of the characters with little development. I think Kaede also has no development out of any of the characters. Gundam has a little bit, Kokichi has a lot. Togo has an unfathomable amount, right? But Kaede, I don't think, beats Gundam or the other loved characters, unfortunately. So that's also probably another surprise pick. But I think I put her right here, just below Gundam in the liked tier. He deserves better, Kokichi deserves better? No, I think they're in a good spot. I think these characters beat out... These characters will beat out Kaede, unfortunately. And that was hard for me to grapple with, but that's where I have to put her, I think. Kaede and Shuichi's relationship, regardless of partnership and friendship, worked really well together. Dynamic was yeah, it did, but they only had a little bit of time together, and then Shuichi kind of carried the torch for the rest of the game. Kyoko, no. Kyoko is squarely here, right below Aoi, and right above Kamaru. Celeste, probably undeservedly so in many people's eyes, is up here. I just really like Celeste. And Himiko just had like, look, I'm proud of Himiko, okay? I don't know if I can say I'm proud of any of the other, but I'm proud of Himiko. She did good. But that's gonna be that's gonna be confusing, right? You didn't make it. I thought Baronade was gonna put it here, but nope. For her small hull line, she had some of my favorite moments, I think, out of any of the characters. I think I know who will end up here, but I think the answer will probably surprise everybody. But we'll see. But before we continue, or actually, we can do the whole tier list and then I'll go pee. All right, I'll do the whole tier list and then I'll pee and then we'll do the cases list. All right, that's how we're gonna do it. I'm gonna put a break in between, like for this case list. I won't tease anybody who wants to see this thing. So let's continue. We're down to our 5 last remaining characters, and these could fit anywhere, right? I don't know where I'm gonna put these. Right? Nobody knows where these characters will end up. A lot of these ended up like here by chance. I purposefully left Nagito till the very... I wanted to make sure Nagito was the last character, one of the last characters. Just because he's like it's hard to say, but I would guess that out of every character, Nagito is the most popular character. This is the one character that everybody knows, and the fandom loves the most. So no, I need to go in UOP. Exactly, yeah. That way you don't get spoiled, because this will be super spoilery for you, Mr. Wall. I don't want you to watch this part, because this is going to be all the cases from all the games. Did I just actually put 2.5 there? So I don't want you seeing that. It's gonna be hard. But alright, we should probably do Nagito next, because Nagito is a popular character, right? Now, Nagito is a character that's kind of gone up and down. I have had moments where I've really liked Nagito's character and his dynamic and the things that he's done I thought were really cool, and then there's times when I really didn't like him, or when he rubbed me the wrong way, or when he was a bit creepy or weird. But where did I put him in the end? He was ultimately a chaotic force that did make the game very interesting, and he added to the dynamic in a way that's kind of unique from the rest of the characters. You could argue that in a way, Kokichi felt like he kind of filled the role of Nagito a little bit in V3, but it's different, right? His motives and Nagito's motives were totally different. They were not comparable in that sense. Like, the result of what they were doing was kind of similar, right? They were causing havoc and, like, messing about in a sort of way, but for very different reasons. Question is, did I like Nagito? Does he make it into this tier? At least? Did I love Nagito? Is he in the different tier? Let's talk about it first. Now, did I love Nagito? No. I'm not gonna go that far. Obviously, we know I didn't love Nagito, alright? There were very few moments where I actually would say that I loved Nagito's character. So the real question is, does he make it out of the indifferent tier? Because I don't dislike Nagito. I don't think he's a dislikable character. Is he? Does Baronade dislike Nagito? I did it first, and I didn't really like Nagito all that much, but he's not disliked. Is he liked, though? Do I like Nagito? While there were times that I thought he was cool and interesting, and I liked him a bit here and there, I don't think he actually pops into that tier for me. That might be kind of a hot take. I don't think that Nagito is that likable necessarily. He, to me, wasn't as interesting as Kokichi, and that's why I think they're so different. Now, while I said they're both chaotic, right? They're both chaotic influences on the game, I don't think that the way Kokichi was chaotic is the same as how Nagito was chaotic. Like, Kokichi was chaotic in a very sort of like calculated, intelligent way. Nagito was chaotic in a way different way. In a very like hope or despair triumphing over each other. Like, his motives I think were clear, where Kokichi's weren't at all. Like, Nagito kind of told you what he was about, and while it was hard to believe, he was truthful. Nagito was a total liar. I mean, Kokichi was a total liar, and he hid everything from everyone till the very end. And that makes him interesting to me. Nagito, I would probably put as my... probably... I think I like him less than Hajime. I think I like Hajime a little bit more than Nagito. But Nagito probably makes it fairly high on the indifference list. Does he beat Nekomaru? I don't think so. I think Nekomaru is just a little bit more likable for me than Nagito. But Nagito probably beats almost the rest. I think Kiryu makes it a little bit higher as well. I think I put Nagito here. Higher in the indifference tier, but personally I'm not the biggest fan. I'm sorry, Yumizu. Okay, if we put Akane under a child from UDG. Yeah, I think Kotoko was just a cool, interesting character. I liked Kotoko a decent amount. And I liked Akane as well. These characters aren't too spaced apart. They're fairly close to each other, I think. Even though Kotoko does win. Did this say playing? Okay, it did. Oh, there's not much left. But that's, I think, where I put Nagito. I think I put him right about here. Like, I think I like Kiryu a little bit more, but then he's probably better than some of the other characters. Put him there. You have your opinions, yeah. Like I said, there's gonna be some hot takes, you know? There's gonna be some ones that people disagree with entirely. Like Kotoko being up here, above Nagito. Nagito was a chaotic good. It's hard to say. I think it was more chaotic neutral. I think he just wanted to see a triumph of, like, the greatest kind. Koichi was chaotic evil? I think he was probably more chaotic good because he did want to end the killing game. I don't think he was evil. He might have been chaotic neutral as well. They might have been on the same spectrum. I think they just had different motivations. But right, the last 4 remaining characters. We have 2 Danganronpa 2 characters and 2 Danganronpa 3 characters. Where will they go? Where will they go? This is going to be a ride. A ride. Let's do like a 1-2-1-2. We'll do a V3, then a V2, and then a V3, and then a V2. How about that? We're gonna go bump, 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 bump. Alright, that's how we're gonna rank them. It's gonna be hard. Chaotic neutral? I think, yeah. I think they were probably both just different kinds of chaotic neutral. Like, you can have like a variety within the same sort of alignment, but I don't think either of them were good or evil, because I don't think they were necessarily... Like, you could say that... Like, for example, Monokuma is, like, lawful evil, right? Because he's following the rules, and he's trying to get us to die, basically, right? So, lawful evil. But then a lot of the other characters, in a way, like, Kokichi and Nagito were both, in a way, on our side, and then also against us a lot of the time. So I think they kind of flip back and forth. So I think it would be unfair to say, like, Kokichi was necessarily evil, or Nagito was necessarily good, because they had, like, aspects of their personality that you could chalk up to either. But alright, it's time for Maki. A character that everybody liked. We all liked Maki. Maki was really cool. Maki roll! Where did we put Maki? Maki was a cool character. We really liked Maki, didn't we? We all had a very, very good time playing... We got a chance to play as Maki. I liked her quite a lot. I don't know, you didn't like her? I will say that already we don't have to consider indifferent here, right? We already know that for all these characters, right? It's probably, look, we know roughly where they're gonna be. Maki was pretty cool. I liked her quite a lot. She had a lot of depth to her character. Finding out more about her was really, really interesting. I was always on the edge of my seat whenever anything happened that had to do with her. Whenever she was in any scene, I always liked those scenes. Her dynamic with Shuichi and Kaito was, like, really, really cool. That friendship group, I think, was, like, my favorite friendship group out of any of the games, probably. And then that V3 also had, like, Miyu and Kibo, so there were some good friendships. Like, the character dynamic in V3, or the dynamics, I should say, plural, were some of the best in V3. Like, really, really good. There were some good ones in 2 as well, and some good ones in 1, but they were the strongest and most impactful in V3, I think. Now, I liked everything about Maki. She was the first character that we maxed out in the game, right? We didn't have a chance to max out any of the other characters. She was the only one that actually ended up maxed out. Because I did like her a lot from the start. And she left a very strong impression on me. And I liked her throughout. All of her moments were good. They were all golden. And she was a really memorable character all the way through to the end. Kyoko and Maki feel like a higher rated characters? Yeah. So how much did I like her? That's the question, right? Where does the Baronade think that Maki should go in his personal tier list of love? In my heart, where does she rank? How does she compare with the rest of the liked characters, you know? Is she in the middle of this somewhere? Is she higher? Is she lower? I think it's quite easy to say that she beats out everybody in liked tier. Like, that's not a question, right? That's not too much of a challenge. She's definitely... For me, I like her more than the rest of these characters. How much more? How much more do I like her than Gundam? It's quite a bit more. I think she makes into love tier easily. Alright, that's not a question. Let's not skirt around. Maki's cool. How cool is Maki? How cool is she? Is she better than Kamaru? Yeah, okay, she's better than Kamaru. Oh, for them would be interesting as a friend group, yeah. Finally, the next episode of Barrack does stuff. Having Maki be friends with Kaito and Shuichi was good. I don't know how it would feel if it was Kaito, Maki, and Kaede, or Maki, Kaede, and Shuichi, yeah. Maki is better than Kamaru. Did I like her more than Kyoko? In a lot of ways, they're kind of similar, right? They had similar vibes about them. Not the same, but similar vibes. So out of these two, if these are pitted against each other in my, like, list of characters that I like, who wins? Maki. It's Maki. Maki wins out of these two. I like Maki more than Kyoko a little bit. Or I should say I love her more because she's in the love tier, right? She's made it this far. We should give her the respect that she deserves. Now, we're facing up against the trio that's been up here since the beginning, alright? Will Maki be able to infiltrate it? They're fighting. As much as I love Aoi, Maki, I think, just barely makes it past, and she wins against Aoi in the battle. She's really, really good. She's really, really good. I really like Maki a lot. I really liked her a lot. How does she do against Celeste? Oh, just barely. She makes it out alive against the battle against Celeste. Celeste goes down. She is a really cool character. I like her a lot. I love her. How does she go against Himiko, though? Does she make it out? Does she beat Himiko for me, personally, in my tier list? Does she? She's fighting. Literal assassin? She's got a knife this time. I'm a mage. She probably would, yeah. Maki was really cool. Does she break out of the love tier? It's hard to climb when there's no one left. I think she pops in here. Enamored? I don't think so. But she's currently standing at the pinnacle of the mountain, looking down at the rest. Enamored, she just can't quite reach. Her arms are slipping a little bit, but she's at the top at the moment. Come on, man. She's just not quite there. Just barely. But she beats out the rest. She's strong. Strong character. I like Maki a lot. Music fits perfectly. It does, doesn't it? I think she solidifies her spot here at the moment. Do you enamor anyone? Well, what were people betting on? A lot of people said Kaede. I don't know if I saw any other guesses. I saw Himiko as one. I think I saw this is a guess, this is a guess, this is a guess. Well, there are only 3 characters left. Do you think any of these are enamored? That's the real question. After all is said and done. Are any of these characters enamored characters? I was betting on Gunta. Oh yeah, Gunta was a good pick. Gunta made it pretty high up. Not quite top 10, but he made it to like top 14. Ibuki enamored? Is that your final bet that Ibuki's gonna be enamored? We're gonna see. Ibuki enamored, Kaito loved, and Peku loved? Okay. Is it Pekka? It's Pekka, right? Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Time for Ibuki to do battle. Does she beat everyone in different? Yes, she does. She doesn't. We don't even need to talk about indifferent here. Of course! We all know that from the moment I saw her to the moment she died, that I loved her. Alright? Easy peasy. She easily thwarts the other characters in the liked tier. We knew that I liked her a lot. We knew that I liked her a lot. But this was before V3, obviously. And this was in the moment. I was in love with this character while we were playing. We all know how I was feeling. We have to do this, like, final music again. We all know how much I was invested. Did I like her more than Kamari? Yes. I did think she was a more lovable character than the protagonist of UDG. But how high does her popularity within me soar? She had good moments. I liked everything about her. Every time we spent time with her, my heart fluttered. It was good. I'm 1% brilliant, so I can lurk without being spoiled. Hey, appreciate you. She had many, many good moments. Almost every scene she was in, I liked. Which is more than I can say for a lot of the other characters, right? While I did love Kyoko, I wasn't in love with her every single scene. It took me a while to warm up to Kyoko. With Ibuki, that was not the case. I liked Ibuki throughout the whole thing very strongly. More so than Aoi. I think she wins that battle. But hold on, now we've got to talk about Celeste, alright? Celeste was my fave from the first game, who stuck around as my #1 fave from Danganronpa 1. That game was far enough back that those thoughts have solidified. But how does she do? I mean, right now, she's already sitting at the top of Danganronpa 2, so this is still in line with everything we thought. She does beat Celeste, in my opinion. Ibuki is a really cool character. I liked her a lot. I vibe with her super, super hard. I liked everything about her. Celeste, as well, as much as I do like her again, I am more biased in favor of Ibuki than Celeste. But I think we all kind of knew that. Now come the V3 favorites. Alright? The V3 standouts. The champions of the V3 game. How did Ibuki compare? Honestly, let's start with Himiko. Now, one big thing that I liked about Himiko that is unique about her, and to an extent it's true of Maki as well, is once again not true of Ibuki. The character growth that Himiko goes through, and the changes that she experiences as a character going through the games leading up to the finale of V3 when we see her at the very end, really upped her position. And no matter what you can, like, whether you like her or not, I think she's a good character. She went through a lot of development. Ibuki, unfortunately, suffers from some problems that are similar to Celeste, similar to Kaede, but again for different reasons. She's around for quite a while. But she doesn't go through that much character growth. Not as much as Himiko. So, unfortunately, in this fight, try as hard as she might, I don't think she makes it past this point. She does beat Celeste, but only just. I don't think she makes it past the Himiko Mage barrier. So I think she slots in right here. She was definitely, at one point, before V3, before we played V3, she was my most loved character. I liked her the most out of every character, but now, with V3 underway, I know that these two characters I like more. These two characters are higher, very slightly, by a sliver, than Ibuki. But I do still, like, these characters are all, like, pfft, these are A+ characters up here, right? This is the elite of the elite. We've saved everything. There's only 2 characters left. There's only 2 characters left, and I'm gonna do them in the order that they appear here. Only 2 left. Kaito Momoda. And Peko. Big question is right now. We have a few questions. First of all, there are no boys in the loved tier. Gundam just barely missed out. And slided a little bit maybe. But he just missed out, right? He's the gatekeeper of the liked tier. And Kamara is the gatekeeper of the loved tier. And in between these two is the barrier that splits these 2 tiers apart. I don't know why this is so dramatic. It's like watching a movie. Will Kaito be the first, the only boy to make it to loved? Or maybe even enamored? We haven't had a single enamored character. Will anybody make it to enamored? Let's put in Kaito. Let's slot him in. Now, Kaito is a character that you could feel many different ways about. Not the brightest bean in the can, but till the very end, he was on our side. Why have a tier if you're not going to use it? Well, I made the tier list before I decided where to put everybody. So there's a chance it may not be used. There's a chance it may not be used. But Kaito was definitely a character that I don't feel indifferent towards. I think Kaito was an integral part of V3 and contributed a lot to the story, to Shuichi's development, and to the current number 1 character's development as well. Were it not for Kaito, we have to be honest, Maki would not be this high. She's this high largely in part due to Kaito's influence. And a lot of the stuff that he says, whether you like his character or not, impacts or impacted a lot of the later game stuff very heavily. And he believed in us the whole way. He had a lot of stuff that I really vibe with hard. Does he make it into like tier? He does. How far does he go? Well, Kokichi was his ultimate rival. Does he beat Kokichi? Oh yeah, he beats Kokichi. I liked him more than Kokichi. Does he beat Kaede? I think so, yeah. Does he beat the current best boy, Gundam? Is he better than the best? Is he better than the best? I think he is. I think Kaito is the first boy that makes up to here, to the loved tier. How far into the loved tier does he make it? Well, let's put on some more music. Let's put on some more music. Danganronpa investigation music. Do 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 do. Can I do like hour loop? Is it this one? Oh yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's put this on. Okay. How high does he make it? Let's find out. Do I like Kaito? The boy. The boy of the moment. More than Komari? Yeah, I do. I do. Does he beat Kyoko? I think he does. Not by very much, but I think he just barely makes his way in. His impact on the story, I think, is, like, very important. Does he beat Aoi? And now it's gonna get kind of tricky. So we have to figure out where he's gonna sit. Because I do love the boy. Do I love him? Let's go from the other side. Do I love him more than Maki? As much as I love Kaito, I don't think so. I think Maki whips his ass. Oh! Does he make it below Himiko? Hiya! He does a little bit. A lovable bit he is. He does go through some character development, but nowhere as much as Himiko. Does he beat my Danganronpa 2 favorite? Ibuki. I don't think he does. As much as I love him, I am very biased towards Ibuki. Does he beat Celeste? Character with no development, whose core characteristics stay the same throughout the game. We only find out the true characteristics of towards the end. Maybe she doesn't go through in development, we just kind of discover what she's like throughout the game. Does he beat her? No. I just really like Celeste. I think she just beats Kaito. As much as I love him and I think he's a lovable idiot, I don't think he beats Celeste. Now, we've got two lovable idiots pitted against each other in the ring. Who will win the lovable idiot fight? Kaito was pretty integral to the story. He was important and had a lot to say. A lot going for him. But Aoi though, she liked donuts. And she was a swimmer. And this is gonna be hard. This is the spot that I think is gonna be very interchangeable. These guys are very close, I think. But if I had to pick a spot for him to go, I think he would just barely beat out Aoi. Because he was integral and important. I think Aoi goes through more character development than Kaito. But he does a lot for us. I think he barely wins out this spot. Just barely. And now, this brings us to our final character. Pekoyama. Peko. Kyogo's seriously just number 1. Kyogo is really good. She has been pretty amazing. Why does Kaito not beat Celeste? Celeste is just cooler. I'm just a bigger tier 3 sub for Celeste. I just really like her. I love Kaito, but Celeste is just special, you know? It's kind of hard exactly to describe why, because all these characters are, well, they're not all good characters. He's a better character than Celeste is, I think, but Celeste, I think, just barely outshines him. Just barely, for me personally. Even though she's, like, more despicable, she's not as she's, like, not courageous, not truthful, she's a liar. He's way more honorable and all those kinds of things, but she just hits different, dude. Celeste just hits different. Alright, let's go. Pecker. Now, we all know that I like Pecker, right? She was really cool. Her case was a unique one when I experienced it. She was powerful. She was mysterious in a way that I think a lot of these other characters were as well. Like, Kyoko was mysterious, right? In a similar way, Pecker was as well. And her case kind of revealed as much. Although it becomes the highest tier. If we don't use Enamored, I'll delete the tier. But you may be surprised. Pecker was definitely a character I really, really liked. A lot. And especially in hindsight, right? She's definitely higher up in this tier list. We know that for sure. I like her quite a lot. Her case was really interesting, and her plight, and her background, and her upbringing was, like, heart-wrenching for me. Even if her case was false, she played it very smartly. Yeah. It was really good. She was very smart. She was cool. She was... I sympathized with her. And her case was the only case in the entire game that made me cry. That's the only time that's happened in Danganronpa, like, for real, like, properly, not just like a little tear up. She, like, pulled at my heartstrings more than the other characters, just a bit. I think Yumizu probably remembers because Yumizu's been around for the entire game. That's the only time that's happened. In hindsight, does she make it past the like tier? I think so, yeah. I think I really did love her character quite a lot. I hung out with her character quite a lot. I liked everything that we found out about her. And everything that happened in her trial was unbelievably tragic and warmed me to her character even more. Does she beat Kamaru? Because she makes it into the love tier. Easily. She makes it in there. No question. She beat Kamaru? She does. She slices her way through. Kyoko was an important part of Danganronpa 1. And Pecker was not quite as pivotal or important to Danganronpa 2 as Kyoko was. But her story just kind of hit much harder with me than it did for Kyoko. I think she makes it through there. Ayori, lovable idiot, very different from Pecker, almost like complete opposites, right? Outgoing. The only like similarity you could draw here is that they're both very sporty. Pecker, I think, has strong characteristics, as does Ayori. There's a lot of things that I liked about Ayori that I liked about Pecker as well. They both had strong morals, and all the way to the end, you kind of got that from her character and her trial. That's kind of similar for these two characters as well. So how does she stack up against these two? I think she beats them. I think she beats both Kaito and Ayori. For me personally. For me personally, I did love her more than these two. Now, Celeste, the last standing Danganronpa 1 character. There's only two Danganronpa. There's only three, actually. Well, that's a decent amount. 3 Danganronpa 1 characters in this tier 1 so far. This is effectively the tier 1, and this tier has not been used, so we're not counting that tier for now. Does Pecker beat Celeste? Yeah, she does. She does. Celeste, like I keep saying, while I do love her, a lot of the love is unjustified, baby. Her character is less deep. Well, it is somewhat deep, but there isn't a lot more to it past a few layers than with a lot of these other characters, I think. A lot of these other characters are a lot deeper than maybe Celeste's. I think Pecker wins there. Pecker, I think, is a pretty deep character. There's a lot to her that you don't necessarily find out, and a lot that you do from which you can, like, kind of extrapolate as well. There's a lot to her character, I think, and I like that a lot. Thinking about, like, what her life might have been like with Fuyuhiko, and her growing up, and the role she was put into, it's heart-wrenching. And I think for a lot of those reasons, she beats out the previous number 1 of Danganronpa 2. I think she beats out Ibuki. I think she does. I think she beats her out. So, the real question now is, with Pecker as the number 1 Danganronpa 2 character, with everything said and done, in hindsight, the number 1, she was with Ibuki, like, my favorite, I think, from that game before. But I think as it's crystallized, and as I've thought about it more, I think her character was just really, really cool. Now it's going to be a question of, does she beat Himiko, the most developed character in the series, or the character who goes through the most development, and Maki Roll, the most adorable assassin? Ooh, we love her. Alright, everybody loves Maki. Does she beat Himiko? I think while Himiko goes through character development, and a lot of it, Pekka goes through a lot of her own. Not just development, but we kind of learn about her character as well. She doesn't beat Himiko necessarily in the amount of character development she goes through, but the type of stuff that we learn about her is the kind of stuff that resonated with me really, really hard. And for that reason, I think she does beat Himiko. Now we have... she's kind of like a sort of pseudo-assassin versus assassin. Does she beat Maki? Now, there was a moment where I think Yumizu said that Yumizu was crying at Maki's scene when she was admitting her feelings for Kaito. Understandably so. I love both of these characters so much. Pekka gets the development spoiled during her death or before it. Yeah, there's a lot of development that you find out that doesn't take place during the game. That's why I say Himiko went through more development than Pekka did. Pekka has development that kind of happens in the trial, like right before she's executed. But it is heart-wrenching. It just hit different. There was just something about her and her trial, even though it was partially spoiled for me in chat. This is one of the few cases that was actually spoiled in chat for me, that I found out about before it actually happened. Still was unpredictable the way it went down, and everything that happened in that case, I wasn't ready for. Like, the way everything unfurled and played out was just crazy to me. And I was really attached. I was attached to Maki, sure, but not quite as attached as I was to Pekka. Unfortunately, I think Pekka beats Maki. But the question is by how much? How much more? How much more can she rise? Look, she's the only character who's... Look, out of all the characters, and there have been many. There have been so many. So many characters. Most of whom have died. Most of them have died. It's hard to have a character that makes you cry in a game where death is like commonplace. I think Pekka wins it. I wasn't thinking that it would ever happen in the Danganronpa games, like going through them. I didn't think I would get attached enough to any of the characters, especially in the brief time that we did know them, that any of the characters would actually make me cry, but Pekka wins it. Pekka wins it. And I think that's probably where the list sits for me. With Pekka in the enamored tier. Would anyone have called it? Probably not. I win the bet and I do Roblox on Sunday. I'll do Roblox soon. I might do Roblox soon. Love Pekka, but Maki is more enamored for me, yeah. I think a lot of people would put them differently, obviously. And everybody has, like, different placings for everybody in their own hearts and whatever. And the way you would place this list and the way you would order it is always, like, that's your own unique experience, obviously. Everybody vibes with different things about all the characters, but... there's just something about Pekka, man. And she wins that for me. So congrats to Pekka for winning. Or basically making it to the top of my tier. Was the only one to call it? Yeah, Jay was the only one. Why isn't Maki enamored, or at least lower enamored with Pekka? I think the fact that her plight, that her story drove me to tears, puts her just a tiny bit above everyone else, to the point where she's in her own league. If Maki had made me cry, then she probably would have been here. But she just didn't. Reading list based on cuteness? Who would win based on cuteness? Me, Monokuma. But I think, okay, that's where I would put it. I think that's where I would put it. The making me cry during the trial is like that's the one thing that Pekka has that literally, like, everybody else shares, like, you know, like trials and tribulations with the other characters. Like, you could say stuff about one character that you could say about another, for example, and something else about a character that you could say about another character, or whatever, you know. There's a lot of things that characters share, but the one thing that Pekka has that no other character has is that she made me cry. How's the pink-haired kid higher than a guy? So that's how it goes, you know. That's the strongest if that isn't indicative of the most strong emotional attachment, then I don't know what it would be. But I think that's pretty much what makes it. And it happened in a short time as well. Like, that's kind of something in retrospect that I've sort of crystallized a little bit. And yeah, that's the tier list. And now I'm gonna go pee. But before we go pee, or not before we go pee, after we pee, I'm gonna do this tier list. We're gonna rank all the cases. We're gonna look at all the cases from the games, and we're gonna rank them as well. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Has the pink-haired kid higher than Akane? You mean Kotoko? She's only just barely above Akane, but I liked them both. I think Kotoko's plight just hit a tiny bit harder than Akane's did. Bye everyone. Bye Mr. Wa. Mikey lost her love forever? Nah, Peko did too. Peko lost her life. Maki at least got to live. I think that's kind of what hit hard as well. Dumb annoying child, nothing more. Maybe, but I had a soft spot for her for some reason. Have a go, Mr. Wa. Lots of love. Dumb annoying child, nothing more. I don't think any of them were dumb annoying children. Well, I'm not so sure. We had the hated characters. These are the characters I hated. At least no character from V3 made it here, and no character from Danganronpa 1 made it here. Pig isn't dead though. Yes. Well, yeah, I guess. In V3 takes place, I guess she's like technically a fictional character in the universe. New World program, Pecker died. She came back in the anime. Yeah. That's true. But the anime's I'm not as strongly attached to the anime, I guess, personally. But that's for everybody else to, like, you know, think about. But anyway, okay, I'm gonna let the music play. We're gonna start the music again. I'm gonna go pee, and then we're gonna do trials, okay? We're gonna do the trials. Also, wait, can I download this? There's like a save/download. Log in now to save your tier list? Oh no, I can just download image. I can just click, save file, okay. So this is, I'll call this characters, and I'll post this in Danganronpa. I'll post it in the channel if anybody wants to, like, look over the image. So that's my character tier list, I think. Basically, I think that's my character tier list. I think I'm pretty happy with where everybody's slotted. I don't care too much about the disappointment tier, that's not, like, super important to me. But, all the other tiers, I think, are accurately ranked. With Peko at number 1, Maki at number 2, Himiko number 3, and Haiji making it at the last one. Gonna go P2A. Danganronpa 3, the anime is apparently in Danganronpa canon, not the game canon? Wait, Danganronpa, the animation canon, yeah. Did you know? Yeah, I think there's, like, some weirdness with the, like, what's the word? With how legit everything is, but it's cool that we got an enamored character. Battle Team Maki and Peko would be awesome, yeah. That being said, I have to emphasize that while she is enamored, I do love, like, all these characters at the top, alright? Everybody in the love tier and the enamored tier, alright? They're all in one big love pile. I do love all the characters. But like I said, I think if you kind of understand where I'm coming from, you can kind of understand my why, for me, that's how I would rank it. But yeah, okay. I'm gonna come back and do the cases. I'll just go pee, so I'll be right back. Don't nobody go nowhere. We're gonna do cases next. And I'll get a tea refill too. How's it going, everybody? Alright. So, we're going to do the trials now. So, hold on. Let me change what the text says here. Ranking 1, 2, and V3. So, there's not characters now. This is going to be cases/trials. Okay. Alright, let's do this. So, should we rename the tiers? Because right now it's like S, A, B, C, D. Just like how good the case is. Like before I had like these tiers, we could kind of do something like this. I think I'll just probably leave like the S, A, B, C, D. I think that's probably fine. D is just gonna be like, because I don't think any of them are gonna be like boring or disappointing. Like I don't think it'll work the same way. Because, like, even though if I like a character, like, even if I like Pecker, I don't know if, like, her case is going to be necessarily as high. It's a good point in the first 10 episodes to get this. Yeah. Alright. Let's go through it. So this is going to be, I think Yumizu will have to remind me a little bit of some of these cases. But I think I remember a lot of them. I remember what cases I thought were good and what cases I thought were bad. To an extent. I think... Okay. I think I remember a lot of them. There's some cases I thought were like not as good, some cases I thought were better. I think it's gonna be interesting to see if I remember all these cases. So let's go case number 1-1. I got you, thank you, appreciate you. Alright, so let's start with 1-1. The very first case, this is Leon Kuwata murdering Sayaka. It was kind of an interesting case, a little bit. There were some interesting things in it, but I don't remember liking this case all that much. I don't think it was like there was a puzzle with, like, the numbers, and I get what they were trying to do, but I don't think this case was, like, amazing. So I wouldn't put it in S or A. Now, B, I'm just gonna say is middle line. So if a case is, like, middle of the road, like, if it's just, it's okay. Like, it wasn't good or bad, then I'll put it here. As far as, like, an introductory case to the game as a whole, I think it's probably fine. Like, I don't think this is a bad case, necessarily. Or do I think that? Definitely use this as a tutorial, yeah. I think in the context of that, this is probably okay. Like, because you have to think that this is the first game in the entire series. For the very first game, ever, my only problem with this is that, like, the main twist was, like, kind of easy, and the characters acted like it was not that obvious. And for me to realize what the twist was with the numbers early on, I think at least pushes this down to C. I don't think this can be middle of the road if it's, like, if the twist isn't surprising. Like, one part of this is if the twist was like threw me for a whirl and I was like, whoa, okay, damn, then sure, it'll be either higher or maybe even S. But if it's like hard for me to figure out, then it's fine. But if I figure it out really easily and then they're acting like it's gonna be difficult, then I think it at least goes here. I don't know if any of the cases will be D tier necessarily, but I think this is probably, like, I feel like they could have made it a bit less straightforward. Because I've definitely seen that a lot of the other cases were a lot more ramped up in difficulty. I feel like this one wasn't in the same way. Design second, Liam first, to go sick of them every time, they die first. Yeah, I feel like it wasn't too interesting. This case is like, I remember, but I only remember because it's like, straightforward. Which is like, yeah. Alright, case number 2. Now this is the one where Mondo, I'm pretty sure, kills Chihiro, where Byakuya interferes. This case was interesting in some ways, but also contrived. Like, Byakuya messing around with the evidence, I thought was kind of dumb, but I get why he did it. The death itself was, like, interesting in how it was done. Like, the reason, I think, what elevates this, for one, like, there's a part that elevates this and a part that drags it down. The fact that, like, the motivations of Mondo and how the death occurred in the first place, I think is, like, A tier. I think that's pretty good, right? However, with the way the actual investigation played out, and with Byakuya interfering, just to make it more interesting, I think that's contrived. I think that's silly. That that detracts from this case a bit. Not so much that it goes down here, but I think it does lower it a little bit. I think this case is probably worse than the tutorial case. I think these are both like weak cases. Not horrible cases, not bad, not really terrible or anything, but just weak. We can say this is like meh, weak. Okay, how would we do this? Because this is like a weak, this is like a strong, this is like awesome, and this is horrible. This is like really bad. This is okay. We'll say we'll come up with a name for this tier in a second, but let's say this tier is strong, like a strong case. This is like a weak case. This will be like a. This will be terrible. This will be a terrible case. We'll make some extreme ones, and this will be amazing. All right, this is really fun to solve and everything like that. And this will be what's in between strong and weak, just like this will be like okay. What's like? We'll just say this is like okay, like an okay case. Like I think both of these were weak. But I think I said that before. Like, Danganronpa 1, as far as cases are concerned, don't, like, hold up super strongly. 1.3, this case was actually interesting. Like, the way this was carried out by Celeste, I thought was actually kind of cool. Mild, that's a good word. You're a genius, Yumizu. Mild. That's good. Oh, that's a perfect word. They even, like, go woo in and out like that. Okay. So this case, the Celeste case, I think this was the first, like this is where Danganronpa picked up for me. This is what, like, drew me in. These first two cases didn't draw me in. I powered through these to get to the stuff that I think I would enjoy. I wasn't sure that I would enjoy the game yet at these points, right? So these two cases didn't hook me. This one did. This was, like, the case that hooked me. Was it a strong case? Do I think this was a strong case or not? There were good components to it, like how Celeste orchestrated everything. I think was really cool. This case in part is why I like Celeste as a character, even though she doesn't go through any development or whatever. I just think that her idea in this case was pretty cool, and everything that happens I think was pretty good. Now, it doesn't make it a strong case necessarily. While there were bits I struggled with, I don't think this case is that strong. I don't think this is like an amazing case or anything like that, but it's not a weak case by any means, right? I think this is like higher up on the mild scale. Like, it's almost strong, but I think not quite. I don't remember if any of the cases in Danganronpa 1 necessarily hit me with like those were good cases. Because I think the thing that I took away most from Danganronpa 1 was that the environment that they were in, like the school being the place where they did all of this stuff was really cool. I like the setting the most. But that shouldn't be the thing that you like about the game the most. Like, the cases should be good, right? Or the characters. And I think it was a case of, like, Danganronpa 1, from memory, we'll kind of see as I go through this. Danganronpa 1 had a really good setting. I love the setting in Danganronpa 1. Danganronpa 2 had pretty good characters, and then Danganronpa 3 had good cases and characters. Like, Danganronpa 3, I think kind of, like, even though it had its own problems that I disliked, I think Danganronpa 3 still overall, on average, was higher quality than a lot of the other stuff in the first two games. So I'll put it here. 1.4. Now, what happens in this case is the fourth case. Is that the Sakura case where they think she killed herself? Kill trip setting, kind of, yeah. I think Danganronpa 2. I wasn't vibing with the setting too much. Like the walking your Tamagotchi pet and being on islands was like weird. Yes, this case I liked. I think a lot. Can you wait, Yumizu, can you refresh my mind? What was this case again, exactly? I remember the investigation for this case was really, really good. And I think it was revealed that, the person who did it was, like, Sayaka in the end. Sakura in the end, herself, right? Like, the investigation and everything for this case was pretty good. I wonder if this was a strong case. Buff guys always gesture for, yeah. One was 2010, 2012, 2017, so because it would be high quality. But not just that, I mean, like, I think the writing was better. Yeah, Sakura died. Okay, I reckon this case was pretty strong. I remember that investigating this case was, like, wild. Like, trying to figure out exactly what happened was, like, really fun. Like, this case was good, and then I was like, okay, I'm hooked, I'm ready, I'm inside. And this case was like, okay, I'm ready for this, alright? This case was this was like the first very interesting case that I had a lot of fun investigating. And the way it played out and everything was like kind of heartbreaking a little bit. Killed Alter Ego because Mudkip found it, yeah. So that was a really strong case. I think that was probably... This was the best case of Danganronpa 1. I don't think any of the 1 cases will make it too amazing. I don't know if any of them will yet. But this was, I think, definitely the best case in Danganronpa 1. Worst Danganronpa case in my opinion. Damn, okay. I reckon this is the best one. 1.5. Oh wait, no, I put the wrong one in. Okay, what was 1.5 again? This is the case where, like, Kyoko is said to be the murderer, but of who? I'm not remembering this case very well now. Was it, what was it? Was it the, was it still... It wasn't, it was the mystery one, right? It was the, one where the... Oh, it was the burnt body, right? Wait, what? Am I remembering that right? It was, right? The burnt body case? Okay. Yeah, it was the burnt body case. And the person who was, like, in the bedroom with the knife? Got the bad anywhere, Makoto, and Earthed Kids with it, you know? I think 1.6 was, 1.6 was a weird one, yeah. Person wearing the mask was Makuro, yeah. Yeah, I remember that one, yeah. That was a interesting case. I think that was a mild one. I don't think it was quite as strong. Weaker than the Celeste case, but not a weak case, I don't think. And then 1.6. Now, in this case, I also don't have a super clear memory. This was like just the ending of Danganronpa 1 where they're finding the mastermind and Junko ended up dying. Where they found out that Junko killed... It was that Junko killed Makuro, right? Her sister? 1.5 true ending Makuro is about alter ego. I think this case was also probably mild. Was it better than that case though? I think it probably wasn't. I think that goes probably there, maybe. Final trial, no one died. That was just the final... Wait, didn't Junko die? Junko died, right? Could have challenged Monokuma. I thought Junko died in this case. Didn't she get punished? I thought that was like how the killing game came to an end. That they won over her. I think that's what that one was. But yeah, okay, so that was... I think that's probably how I'd put it. I think these 3 cases are stronger than these 2, but weaker than this one. Critical died, yeah. Alright, well with that out of the way, we move on to game 2, which I think has some good cases. As the Amstermind. That's a good one. Okay. 2.1. Now, this case, at the very least, was so far the best case. Like, the opening case of Danganronpa 1 was really good. Was it amazing, though? It was, like, this case was really good, I think. I had a lot of fun solving this one. But how good was it compared to some of the other ones? I don't know if I would put that in amazing tier. I don't think I would. I think it's just tops the strong tier at the moment. Oh, yeah, like that. Yeah, I get you. I think this is fine. I think this placement is okay. None of these cases were, like, terrible, I don't think. I don't even know if there's going to be a terrible case, necessarily. I don't think there will be. I think I, at least, like, in Danganronpa 1, I enjoyed all of the cases to some degree. I don't think I was, like, ever like, yeah, I didn't like that case that much for any of these ones so far. For Danganronpa 2, case number 1 was pretty strong. Case number 2. Now, this case I liked even more. This case was a really good case. To figure out everything that went down in this case, stronger than number 1 in game number 2 in Pekoyama's case. Was it amazing? Still probably no, but both of these cases were really good. Case 2 was amazing. Case 2 was really, really good. One of the strongest cases in the series. Very, very good case. Better third case, and then Danganronpa 1. 23 was definitely better third case than Danganronpa 1. Yeah, I think Danganronpa... I mean, all the games kind of did pretty well in the case department, except for maybe number 1 overall. Unless there's some cases I'm forgetting about that I thought were pretty bad. But I would put Pekoyama's case above Teruteru's, which are both above this one, maybe? I'm not actually sure. I think these two are closer than I would give them credit for. But these two cases were both really good. 2.3 was Mikan's case, where she killed both Hiyoko and Ibuki. 2.3 sucks. This one was kind of predictable. I actually called this one a little bit. Compared to the other cases, I think Celeste's was more interesting / more fun. This one I think had a lot of stuff that I guessed correctly in it, which is not usually a good sign. I don't like to be correct on the guesses. Bad third case syndrome. Well, the third case in Danganronpa 1 I think was better than in Danganronpa 2. Danganronpa 2's third case was pretty weak. But how weak was it? Was it weaker than these two cases? I think probably... yeah, I think probably. Went through all this was obvious. The surprise of Yoko being there when you go check out Freak Out was amazing. Yeah, it's true. This is definitely one of the weaker cases in the entire series. But how much weaker? Is it a terrible case? Like, this case wasn't very good, I don't think. I think it's weaker than... like, it's probably weaker than the rest of these cases. But not... isn't enough to be terrible? I don't know if I would say it was terrible. Not that great, but I like Mikan's identity. Yeah, Mikan was cool in this. Mikan carried it a little bit, but I think this... I don't know. I don't... my memory of this case overall is that it wasn't that great. The investigating was kind of alright. I kind of had a quick idea of that Mikan was the killer. I think that was... a lot of the stuff that happened was kind of obviously pointing at Mikan, which is not a good... We'll see. I'll leave her at weak for now. I'll leave it at weak. But I don't think this case was very good. I think there's a case to be made for this one being terrible. But for now, we'll just say it's a very weak case. Weaker than Celeste, I would say, is higher by a bit. Nah, I think Celeste's case was a lot more interesting. There was a lot of a mystery to Celeste's case that I think was not obvious from the get-go, whereas Mikan's case was way more obvious, personally. If you want to upload that VOD to YouTube, then you would have to censor Ibuki's hanging body. Wait, what? 2.3, what do you mean? Oh, the VOD to YouTube? Nah, it's not being uploaded to YouTube. So obviously it doesn't mean it points to be... Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Okay, 2.4. Gundam's case. I have a mixed feelings about this one. This whole chapter of the game was drawn out, I feel like. The case was somewhat interesting, and Gundam himself was a really cool character. But this case, I think, wasn't like the most fun case to play through, I think. There was a lot of cool tidbits here and there, but like the whole tower and everything, it was just, a lot of it was very like a bit out there, I think, is the way I would put it, I guess. Like, it was very complicated in a lot of ways, where I think it doesn't really need to be. With the whole spinning tower and everything, that wasn't really super my thing. I liked, like these strong cases were way more like, everything was very straightforward and yet not obvious. Whereas this one was like, very convoluted, that's the word I'm gonna say. The execution was sad? Yeah, it was really sad. The execution was super sad. But I think that says more for Gundam's character than the case itself. And Mikan had given was a stronger sense of insanity than Celeste. Yeah, true. Tuesday, Mikan, remember she was remembering due to disease. She said, yeah. I think this case is also not very good. Compared to these two cases, again, like this one is weaker. Is it weaker than the Mikan one? Like, this one was harder to solve, but it was way more convoluted. I think this case in Danganronpa 2 was less fun. Like, the thing is, like, these cases were fun. This case, not as much. This case wasn't a very, very fun case. And I think having fun cases is, like, kind of important. The whole thing with, like, the tower and everything being topsy-turvy and stuff, I think this case was pretty bad. I think this is probably the first terrible case. This one's worse than the Mikan one. I think this one was kind of trash. I love Gundam, but this case was just, I think, a bit much. It could have been, they could have made it more fun than it was. I think it was just too much. Like, a lot of these cases felt like playing a fun game. This was like studying for a test. It was like going through the motions of like finishing the game, I guess. which is not a feeling you want to have. Mikan's one I think maybe slips into this area as well, but we'll see. There's a chance I might put it like this. Like, this kind of feels like it could be okay. Like, these cases were weak, but these cases were pretty bad. But we'll kind of see. I'll wait a little bit. I think this is, like, a decent amount worse than this one. Mono's execution sucked. I wish it was better. Yeah, this execution was bad as well. Like, these ones I think are putting in the weaker category. That was emotional as Pekka's death, but still kind of sad, yeah. It was still pretty emotional. Like, that was one of the more emotional deaths. Alright. And then, this case was kind of fire. In a way. I think, right? This was the Nagito case, right? This case was crazy, dude. This was weird as hell. And everything that happened to make Chiaki this was a crazy case. This was wild. This is the kind of stuff like that Nagito case was this was bizarre. This is definitely a strong case. Where I would put it, is it better than this case, the fourth case in Danganronpa 1? Yes. This case was wild. This was probably better than the other cases in Danganronpa 2. Was it an amazing case? It might be. I think this case was really good. Like, this was wild, and everything that ended up turning out the way it did was pretty crazy. Strong case are amazing? Yeah, I think this was a really strong case. This was a really good case. The Danganronpa 2 case. I agree. This was absolutely crazy. 2.3, 2.3 better than 2.4. Well, I'm thinking I'm putting these in the same area. I think these two belong in the same tier. Is Chiaki's death? Yeah, this was when Nagito was killed. Like, that blew me away. That was crazy, that case. And that's like, that was the fun feeling again. So number 2 was all over the place. Number 1 was more consistent, but 2 had some high highs and some low lows, I think. I think I'm probably spreading them around this way. And then 2.6 was weak. Like, the ending of Danganronpa 2 was not as good as number 1, easily. Not as interesting as the first 2 cases. But the actual ending was still pretty alright. Like, the ending, like the very, very end, made up for this. Otherwise, this would be like here. So I'll put that there. 2.5 and 2.2, best case. 2.2, best case? 2.2 is pretty good. I will think about this one. I don't know if I'll put this in amazing. But we'll see, we'll see. I need to think about this one. Because I definitely think 2.5 was crazier than 2.2. 2.6 was a mild one, TBH. Maybe. I think I'll put this on the weaker side. The only thing that drags this out of being terrible is that the very, very end was fun. But because this one dragged on a bit. But these cases were still slightly... These were more interesting than this, for sure. The ending, however, of Danganronpa 1 is like... I think the ending of Danganronpa 1 is probably the best ending. Like, none of the endings were, like, crazy, crazy strong. Honestly, 3 could have been the strongest ending if they hadn't have done the stuff that I, was annoyed at them for, but hey, you know, not everybody's perfect. I think so far, I think this I kind of feel... I actually, you know what? I'm putting 2.3 at the worst, because this was like... This case was too easy, I think, actually. Which is weird for me to say, but this case was too easy. Numbers are wrong. On Danganronpa 3, it says 3. Well, kind of, yeah, but that would be like a super spoiler if I said it. It's the third, like, mainline, non-side game. Alright. And now we get into Danganronpa 3. Now, there may be some hot takes in this one, because I think the Danganronpa 3 cases, on the whole, were actually really, really good. And I mean, like, really good. Like, they were really, really, really good. Like, these were solid, solid cases. 2.3 is like Ace of 3, 2.3, it blows. 2.3, it was really bad, yeah. It made me like Mikan a lot less as well, which is like, you don't want it to do that. Kaede's case was really, really good. This was an awesome case. This was a really, really strong case. Like, super, super strong. The twist as well is just something that that was crazy. This is the strongest case so far. Like, 3 started off with a bang. When I did the first case, I was thinking like, okay, this game is gonna be like the best of the series. Like, everything about how the first case played out was like incredible. It was so good. We're listening to the song, we are. I think the first case of game number 3 is slightly better than 2.5. And tragic. Only because of the twist? I think the twist on its own in the case, I think is actually a really cool twist. Just because it's something that you wouldn't expect. Like, I think there's a lot to be said for the twist. I'm sad that Kaede as a character is gone, because she, like we said, right? She ended up, over here. She could have easily made it so much higher. Like, easily. She could have easily made it so much higher if she hadn't have died, but she did. But that case was really, really good. That case was so strong for me. Smart twist, it really was. And then, after 3-1, dude, 3-2 was a banger as well, dude. 3-2 was such a good case too. This game had such good cases. I think 3-1 and 3-2 are really, really, really good. First case is kind of hard to beat, but 3-2 was really, really good. Honestly, it's hard to say which of these two is better, because I liked 3-2 a lot. Like, that was a really strong case, and the way it played out was really, really cool. I don't think anything can beat 3-1. I don't know if that's going to be beaten, but these 3 cases are really, really good cases. These are all really good. So sorry if you got worse or worse. The whole game to have familiar tag or anything for it to be changed to generic male per tag is horrible. 3-2 was awesome. Yeah, 3-2 was really, really good. 3-3... This case, the correct Q case, was also really good. This game had, dude, there was so many good cases. Very good for V3 standards. There were so many, like, characters aside, the cases in V3 were, like, outstanding. They were so good. V3 had some really strong cases. This case kind of killed Kier for me a little bit, but this case was, like, a really good case. The best Chapter 3 case. This case was really good. Such a strong case. It being correct Kier was, like, eh. But, like, the way the murder played out and everything was smart. Smart case. But not as much as 2+3. Yeah, I think every case in 3 was just, like, boosted. Not as good as the Pega case, but better than the Terry Terry case, which was also really good. Like, these 3 again are really close to each other. Let me slide that over a bit. This one is a bit further behind. Honestly, I might slide 2-2 up a bit to be a little bit more like this, because I think this case was really, really strong. The Nagito case was really, really good as well. The Gonta case, again, this case, while I was super, super sad, again, another banger, dude. This was such a good case again. It was interesting. I was in denial about who it was going to be. Super strong. Easily the strongest of these cases. Amazing. Not amazing, not necessarily, but really, really good. Really strong. Strongest of these ones. Not quite as amazing as these ones, but strongest out of these ones for sure. And then, dude, right when you think it couldn't stay good, we get another banger, dude. 3-5 was another good case. There's so many good cases. Kavasara was third case syndrome because of how it plays out. Maybe. I don't know what third case syndrome really would be, but I mean, for how far into the game it is, this is like impressive, like the level of quality. 3-5, however, the case where Kaito is squashed. This is a crazy case as well. Amazing case. No, not in my opinion, not quite. It wasn't quite the same level as this, but I think this case was also really, really, really strong. I would put it very similar with this case. Like the three cases were all crazy good. 3.5 with the squashed press and everything, I'd probably put it here. Actually, let me think about this a little bit more. You know what, actually, I think I would probably put this like this. I think this case is not quite as good as these 4. I think these 4 stand on their own a little bit more. This one's a little bit further behind, but this case is actually a bit weaker than this. Just because I think there's a point in the case where it's like, it's clear it's Kurokir, and then that's kind of it. Like, you kind of know from like this 2/3 way point that it's him, and then it doesn't really change your expectations from there too much. These 2 cases are really good. And I think, let me think, is the 2.1 case better than this one? Because the 2.1 case was really, really good. Like, really good. Probably, okay, actually, probably better than this one. I think I will slot them, like, in this order. 3.5 is not as good as 2.1, just barely. 1.4 was a really strong case as well, but maybe not as strong as this case. I think I'm probably happy with putting that one there. I might swap these two around maybe, but I think that's probably alright. And then 3.6 over there. 3.6 was probably I'll put this. The problem with this is that this ending, in my opinion, could have been better than Danganronpa 1. This ending could have been like here. It could have been there, in my opinion. The last case with the twist and everything could have been up here, but I think this is probably just a weak case. How weak exactly? I think it's been weakened by what comes at the very, very end, but it's probably still better than this stuff a little bit. It gets a bit repetitive, which I think makes it... It's not as good as the Leon case. The Leon case, I think, is better than this. But it's definitely... I think it's less contrived than maybe this case is. I think this is probably how I would slot them. Let's have a brief look. When did they all die? If they had all died, this would be higher. This would be up here or even there. If they had all died. I mean, this case still has some problems. I think it's it's a very repetitive case. Like, it's a bit too much repetition for my liking, personally, but I think this is the best. This is the second best ending after Danganronpa 1. Like, the last of Mild, I think the ending of the very first game is still stronger. Like, this ending is definitely, like, they're all, I mean, Danganronpa 1 and 3 have iconic endings. Danganronpa 2 has a sort of, like, the big Junko ending. But I think, okay, amazing cases. First case of Danganronpa 1, probably the best case. I think that's the best case in the entire series. As much as I hated seeing Kaede die, I think that case is the best case in the game. In all the games, probably. Case number 2... Let me think. Case number 2 was also really, really good. Like, there was a lot of stuff thrown at us. Danganronpa 2, case 2, this case might actually be better, I think. If there's any case that has a chance of being better than the first case in 3.1, it's 2.2. But I don't think that does it though? Like, this case is really good. I need to think for a bit. Because I remember how I felt during both of the cases and both of the trials. And there's a lot that we figured out. And they both throw, like, a false kind of idea at you of where the case is heading for a long time. It's really, the twists in Danganronpa 2 and the way it plays out. You know what, actually, I reckon 2.2 is actually my favorite case in the entire series. I reckon these two are really, really close. And Danganronpa 3 definitely takes the cake for just having better cases overall. I think Danganronpa 2 has the best case, though. The number one favorite case that I have, I think might just be the Pekka case. That case was just... that blew me away. And this one did too. And so did all of these. Like, all these cases up here are really good. 3.2 is really good, and 2.5 is really good, but these two cases are both kind of like a little bit further down, and these two cases are slightly higher up. Probably made me think more highly of it. I wonder. V3, I think, definitely, like, has some negatives, right? Like this, for example. But I wasn't so attached. Like, I didn't think that the first two games were so good that Danganronpa 3, like... Well, okay, I'll put it this way, right? One thing that I think you mentioned, right? Is that they, like, shat on the fans or whatever. But I don't see that as a bad thing necessarily. Because Danganronpa, like, any, like, rabid fans of anything can get annoying. And I think one thing, like, you can shit on your fans and you can be like, okay, that's kind of annoying. Why would you do that? We've supported you, sure. It's worse to pander to them so hard that it ruins the property anyway. I think that's worse. It's probably better to not acknowledge it at all. And kind of just have the game exist in its own universe and not take that into account. Which the game doesn't really do, obviously. It kind of tries to be a bit clever for its own good. But I still kind of like what they were sort of going for until they kind of undid it. Because this third case could have been, that ending could have been, they could have really just, we're going to kill everybody, but they didn't go that far. So that, you know, they kind of end up disappointing more people than, you know, not, I guess. Not weak, feels much more impactful regardless if they survive or not. For me, it makes it a lot weaker. But like I said, everybody has their own opinions, you know. For me, it would have been way stronger if they had all died. Or if they had all survived, you know, if they had kind of picked one. Like, this one has a stronger ending because they don't chicken out, I guess. Okay, let me think a little bit about this. Do all of these go in amazing? Because these two are really, really good, but are they amazing? Are they amazing? Because these two are definitely amazing. I think maybe, actually, the way I should probably slot this is like this. I think this might be more accurate. Let me think about this for a second. Because these two are definitely a league of their own. These two are definitely battling for number one. These two are really good. And these two are really good as well. Yeah, I think this actually fits a bit better. Then, mild category. Mild. This one's a little bit mild. This one's definitely a better mild case. But was it, though? No, I think this is a strong case as well. The Sakura one as well. Or is it weaker than 1-1 and 1-2? Oh, this? Oh, well, these I think are... Well, 1-1 I don't think is that bad. Because this case was still really fun to solve. Like, I think even though the puzzles were not on par with, like, some of these other cases, right? Like, these cases just had... These had the formula fleshed out at this point. 1-1 I think still had, like, some groundwork that made it fairly solid. And 1-2 had problems with it that were due to, like, character reasoning, I think. But the actual case to solve the mystery was, like, there was some stuff that I thought was kind of silly, but overall I think it was still solid enough. Like, this case was... The 3-6 ending was not as fun as these two cases were. Whereas I think the 1-6 ending, that ending on its own was just fun in of itself. Kaito died in 3-5, yeah. Kaito died in 3-5. I'm just trying to think, like, this... I think the problem is this case, I think is... Okay, I think this case is the best out of this tier of cases. But it doesn't reach this level of case. Like, this case was crazy. But it wasn't, like... It didn't leave me with the same feeling as these. I was really sad about Kaito dying and everything. But these cases were, like, another level of case. Like, these cases were really strong. Like, really, really, really strong. This case was still good, but, like... It was a bit more convoluted than some of the other cases. Like, a lot of these other cases had, like... answers that were not obvious in, like... more simple deaths. Like, some of these made it seem like they were a bit crazier when they actually weren't. And this was like a crazy complicated case. The Nagito one? Oh, that one was really good. That was really good, that one. It's hard. I'm thinking where to slot this one. Was it... Okay, let's think about it like this. Was the Kaito case better, like as a case, than the Sakura one was? Because the Sakura one was really fun to investigate. Even the trial wasn't like super crazy. The Kiri one was definitely a little bit weaker than that. But I actually... was the Celeste one better than the Kiri case? Because I know 2 people died in this one. 2 people died in the third case as well in this game. I think game number 1 had a better third case than game number 3. But that was better than these 2. These 2 might actually be a little bit weaker, maybe. 2-5 and 2-2 might have prison play rates. Yeah, 2-2 and 2-5 are really, really good. Don't like how the 1-1 trial has minimal dialogue in the beginning and goes straight to the notes of debate, kind of. Much more interesting than the Sakura case. It definitely was more interesting. But how much more is the question. I don't think 3.5 beats any of these. I think these are all clearly above 3.5. But I don't know if that puts it here or there. So I'm thinking about it. I think it might be like this, actually. I think these are all strong cases. And these are all mild cases. Ranging in mildness. Probably. I think this goes there. I think that's fun. I think it's fun. Something like that. I think I'll put it this way. This actually, you know, the case of the burnt body versus this one. Thinking about this, because okay, I think this tier is fine. Amazing is good. I think I agree with amazing. Strong, I think, is good as well. I don't think I'm gonna change anything in strong. I think strong is probably this, followed by the Nagito case, followed by poor Gonta's case. I think this, yeah, I think this is good. I think this is sorted well. I think these are fine. I think I agree with all these. Mild. They involve a lot of mystery, especially with who died and who didn't. Yeah, that's what made it fun. I think this was a really fun case to solve. These were fun as well. I think I might actually put the Celeste case higher than the Sakura one. But the Sakura one is definitely higher than the Burnt Body one, which is higher than Kyo, which is higher than the... Would it be higher than the end of Danganronpa 1? Yeah, okay, I think it would be. And then that's clearly in its own tier above these ones, which are a bit weaker. I feel like that's probably good. And these two cases were terrible, unfortunately. Like, this case was... Like, the problem with this case is that it was boring, and I didn't like this case. I don't agree with 3-6 being lower than 1-1 and 1-2, or being weak at all. It's... Okay, I would definitely put it lower than 1-1. I'll think about 1-2. 1-2 was definitely weak. Like, all these are weak in my opinion. I think I would, yeah. Just because of the ending. The very end, I think, drags it down to here. How's your personal experience with the game series? Yeah. Alright, I think this is my final tier list. I think I agree with everything here. I think these two are the best cases in the series. And then all these cases are strong, and all these cases are enjoyable. And then these 6 are the only cases that drag it down. So I think, with all that in mind, if I had to rank the actual games themselves, what I would put, at the very best, I think V3 is the best game, followed by number 2, followed by number 1, followed by UDG. So I think that's the order I put it in. 3, 2, 1, and then UDG. Like, even though 2 has, like, these 3, which, like, drag it down, like, really, the 3 worst cases, it also has these 2. So it just beats out, I think, like, these 2 are really impactful, these 2 cases. Like, really, really impactful. I think. Do I agree with these? Let me think about this. Probably, yeah. I think I agree with these. This one I didn't like. This is my least favorite case in the game, in all the games, I think. This case wasn't very fun either. This... I actually might put it there. Yeah, I might change it to this actually. I think this is actually a terrible case. Alright, yeah, okay. I think I put it that way. I think this is the actual finalized one. I think this one goes to the terrible. I think this is the best of the terrible. I've been thinking about it more. I think that just barely actually gets destroyed by these 2. Yo, Sepka has a great... Spirit Death was the Mondo one. Yeah, this was a... I think the case itself was weird. The Byakuya interfering and stuff is as contrived, in my opinion. Maybe like that. Because the... Yeah, okay, that's the final one. Kill this person in the channel? Nice. Alright, I think this is how I'll slot it, probably. Yeah, okay, I think this is what I'm gonna do. I think that's the case list. I'm gonna do it this way. I think that's probably how I'm gonna do it. Keep in mind, all these aren't that far apart. They're not too spread. Do I drop these? No, I think it's probably fine. I think it's fine. Okay, I'm happy with this. I think this is my case tier list. Mikan worst case? Mikan is the worst one. This is the worst one. This is the worst, this is the best. So from left to right. So Gundam 1 is the best one out of these. Out of the terrible cases, the Gundam one is the least terrible, Mikan is the most terrible, and this one's in the middle. I think that's how we're gonna slot it. So I'll save that and I'll post it into the Discord. Download image! I think that's what I'll do. So this is for cases and trials. I think that's how I would probably rank everything. With everything all said and done, and I'll post that into Discord. So blur of the image when posting it, I don't care. I might edit it so that this is a spoiler, but for now, just ranking them, I don't think this is a spoiler in of itself. Just having the characters or the cases. If you don't know the context, I think it's fine. The cases one could be a spoiler. I'll do the cases one as a spoiler. The characters one is not going to be a spoiler, but the cases one I will be. Upload. What is this? Kyoko and Pekka and Aaron. Is this a way to literally everyone else? Vanity was your least favorite word? I don't think I'm gonna be able to say it on stream. I think my least favorite word would probably be banned on stream. Why do you ask? But yeah, I'll spoil the cases, but the characters I don't think needs to be spoiled. So okay, to summarize, let's okay, Danganronpa V3 title theme. What's the tier list in this one and the character one? Oh, I'm surprised that you actually agree with me. I was thinking you disagreed like a lot of it. Wait, I don't want the extended one. I just want the regular one. Where's the normal one? Is this the... Okay, I'll just extended. Okay. Is this the opening? Title theme. Opening theme. Opening theme. This is it? This is it, right? Okay, so, in conclusion, the way I think about this tier list... Why is it like all stretched now? What happened? It got all weird. Ah, it doesn't like stretch properly. Okay, so the way I'm having it here. Okay, so disappointed. Pretty much every pretty much every anime character. This character from UDG, who is not really a character, it's unfair to put her there. Kurakuma, Aoi's brother, Rantaro. I'm disappointed in all these. Oh, adding a command, dude. Adding a command for 20k. What do you want to add? What do you want to say? Hated characters. Quite a few from UDG, Teru from Danganronpa 2, Hyogo from 2 and disliked. A lot of these characters are from like parts of the game. The ones that are more interesting are the ones in the enamored and love tiers. We got in first place Maki, not Maki, sorry, Pekka, Maki number 2, Himiko number 3, Ibuki number 4, and Celeste number 5. That's our top 5. And my 5 favorite class trials are only from game 2 and game 3. The second trial in game number 2, first trial in game number 1, second trial in game number 3, fifth trial in game number 2, and the fourth trial in game number 3 are my top 5 favorites as well. So there you go. Those are the tier lists for characters, and for the cases, I think those are finalized, and I've posted them in the Discord channel. I think that's pretty much it. I hope you enjoyed. And as far as the games are concerned, I think my favorite game of the bunch is V3. I think it does the best in terms of overall characters and cases being the highest quality. I think it's the best game. I think 2 is then better than number 1, and I think number 1 is better than UDG. I think UDG is my least favorite game of them all, but I liked all of the games and I enjoyed playing all of them. So it's pretty